All right, I think I'm going to call the regular meeting of Township Council for the purpose of a public hearing to order for Monday, March 23rd. Of course, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional territories of the Coast Salish people, and in particular, our valued relationships with the Kwantlen, Katzie, Matsqui, and Semiahmoo First Nations. Mr. Richardson, you can play the preamble.
Amendment Bylaw, Heritage Designation Bylaw, or Heritage Revitalization Agreement Bylaw. During a public hearing, Council acts in a quasi-judicial role for the purpose of allowing persons who believe their interest in property is affected by a bylaw, permit, or other matter to make representations to Council, either orally, by written submission, or to add comments to or elaborate upon correspondence that may have already been presented to Council concerning the bylaws. It is important to note that Council is not able to receive any additional information on the bylaws following the public hearing as dictated by case law. The hearing procedure involves an explanation from the Community Development Division on the purpose of the proposed bylaws and to hear from individuals regarding the bylaws. In order to ensure that all interested parties have a reasonable opportunity to be heard, speakers are requested to keep representations as brief and succinct as possible and no longer than 5 minutes in duration, excluding the time required for questions from Council. Speakers will be asked to state their name, neighborhood, and city for the record. And if referring to prepared remarks, to submit copies of these to the Township Clerk. Decorum must be always maintained. This includes refraining from applause, booing, or heckling. To assist with large numbers of speakers, individuals must advise the Township Clerk and sign the speakers list prior to the commencement of the public hearing. The names on the speakers list will be read out during the hearing. Individuals who have already addressed Council and wish to add further submissions will wait until the people that have not yet addressed Council have had an opportunity to speak. All submissions and speaker lists are considered part of the public record. Council members should not express their views nor debate the bylaws. However, they may question speakers to clarify particular points in their submissions. Council may consider third reading or third reading and final adoption at this meeting or at its next regular meeting. Thank you.
Here we are. Get a motion to adopt the agenda for today. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Pratt. See no discussion. Call the question on the agenda. Someone vote for Councillor Richter, just to move on. Yeah. So that carries with Councillor Richter absent. Mr. Richardson, item B1.
Thank you, Worship. The subject will be community plan, a Latimer neighborhood plan amendment and rezoning applications pertain to a proposed development consisting of approximately 71 townhouses at 8080 and 8126 197th Street. The 4-acre site is designated suburban residential and greenbelt in the Willoughby Community Plan and single family and streamside protection enhancement area in the Latimer neighborhood plan. This air photo depicts a site located on the east side of 197th Street, north of 80th Avenue. Proposed Willoughby Community Plan and Latimer Neighborhood Plan Amendment Bylaw 6194 designates the site multifamily in the Willoughby Community Plan and row house townhouse in the Latimer Neighborhood Plan. Proposed rezoning Bylaw 6195 amends the existing suburban residential SR2 zoning to Comprehensive Development Zone 131 to accommodate the proposed townhouse development. This slide indicates the currently proposed site plan with vehicular access from 197th Street. Staff recommends support of Willoughby Community Plan and Latimer Neighborhood Plan Amendment Bylaw 6194 and rezoning Bylaw 6195. Subject to 10 conditions listed on page 7 of Council's agenda. Your Worship, a total of 168 notices were mailed out, no written submissions have been received, and there were no individuals noted on the speakers list.
Thank you. Are there any submissions from the public on item B1? Any submissions from the public on item B1? for a third and final time. Are there any submissions from the public on item B1? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, public portion of B1. Does the proponent present wish to make a presentation? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on item B1. I'm going to move consideration of third reading, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Question on that? It carries unanimously. I'm going to move the recommendation. Seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Is there any discussion on B1? Seeing none, call the question on B1. That carries unanimously. Mr. Richardson, item B2.
Thank you, Worship. The Fisher Community Plan Amendment Bylaw 6116 establishes a new development permit area and associated form and character guidelines for lands where small-scale multi-unit housing is a permitted use. Staff recommend council support of Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw 6116. Your Worship, consistent with legislative requirements, publishing was completed March 16th with the newspaper advertisement on March 19th. No written submissions have been received, and there's one individual noted on the speakers list, and that is James Hansen, Your Worship.
James Hansen, here. Please come forward.
Just give me a minute. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is James Hansen. I live in Walnut Grove in the Township of Langley, and I'm here representing Strong Towns Langley, a non-profit organisation that aims to advocate for affordable housing and incremental development. I believe I've sat down with a number of councillors and explained the benefits of multiplexes before, and I do have a number of concerns with the bylaw, but I just want to kind of go over those benefits first. These new property rights allow any existing homeowner in Township of Langley to start providing additional units of housing independent of market cycles and industry trends. As the land is already owned by the homeowner, it can result in more affordable units becoming available. It's about providing a range of housing options in every neighborhood. If someone wants to create like a multi-generational living situation, that this process of converting to multiplex can really help facilitate that. A couple could build a triplex for themselves and their aging parents and kids, for example, and the land value, because it's already owned, they can basically do it in a way that the market can't currently access through sort of a regular real estate transaction. And most people who are interested in building this kind of housing are existing property owners who, they're just ordinary everyday people. So they're very sensitive to costs, uncertainty, and regulation, more so than typical large developer. I just want to read briefly a small part of a letter that was sent into the Langley Advance Times by Walnut Grove resident and grandfather named Nick Schlock. It was in December 2023. And he says, "Dear editor, I know a family that was able to redevelop an urban lot in Delta into multiple dwellings. The result was that they had 4 generations living together in close proximity. This is what I want, to be able to be close to my children and grandchildren throughout their lives. For this reason, I see the government's plan to allow for multiple dwelling units as a positive step forward. How else are we going to be able to keep families together? The idea of aging in place in a garden flat while my grandchildren run around in the yard or helping them with the homework sounds better than having my children relocate to another province where housing is more affordable." I will now turn to specific issues I've identified in the bylaw. Fundamentally, I oppose the bylaw together as I believe that our community benefits from making this kind of housing easy to build, not more difficult with regulation. Though I was encouraged to hear at the last council meeting that there was open to adjustments and changes. So I'm hoping that, at the very least, my suggestions here will be considered. I have 3 core concerns. The first is the design consultant requirement. The bylaw requires every applicant to hire a third-party design consultant to prepare a neighborhood context study and examining at least 5 residential properties along each side of the street with 100 meters, covering architectural style, cladding, roof, height, setbacks, so on. And so this compare this to, say, a typical lot in Walnut Grove or Murrayville. You can tear down a house and build a new house with a building permit, that's all. There's no development permit, no study, so on. So in theory, you could build the ugliest house you wanted, but we don't really see that happening. because people generally take pride in what they're building. Whereas with this bylaw, should it pass, for a duplex, triplex, or fourplex on the same lot, you would need to hire the design consultant, do the study, pay the development per application fee, go through the whole process. And no other municipality in Metro Vancouver requires homeowners to hire a consultant for this purpose. The consultant step adds uncertainty and extraordinary costs that are borne by the homeowner or maybe a small-time builder, and it will discourage many projects that keep families together and deliver that kind of affordable housing. The staff report, even that was attached to the bylaw, was even quoted guidance that cautions how forming character DPAs can negatively impact development of new housing units by increasing time, cost, delays, and uncertainty. So my first ask would be to remove the design consultant requirement. The next is that the bylaw is a little unclear on minor exterior changes, because if you're converting existing house to fourplex, triplex, so on, you might have to add an extra door, you might have to add stairs to the upstairs to allow an individual entrance, and I have concern that could trigger the full development permit process as well. So my next ask would be that any project that's not a tear down or rebuild should probably be exempt, or at least clearly exempt minor exterior changes. And the final concern was that exempt projects still have requirements. So exemption 5 says that infill housing is exempt from a development permit, but the same exemption requires that added units be stylistically consistent and again supported by a design consultant declaration. So I feel that's a little bit unusual, because if a project's exempt from the bylaw, it should be fully exempt. The bylaw can't legislate what happens to a project that's exempt from itself. It's just a little bit strange. So yeah, these issues kind of concern me also as a taxpayer. These projects provide more property taxes to support existing infrastructure, as opposed to requiring brand new infrastructure to be built and maintained in the long term when you build new housing on undeveloped land. I've seen the council encourage corner store retail a little bit. Strip malls are recently banned in urban areas. So I see that multiplexes are kind of in that same sphere of good urbanism and a stronger community. So I think we just need to figure out a better way to say yes to these projects, because the bylaw is written as kind of like a polite way of saying no. And yeah, so those three things, or just, I would say, ideally don't pass it because it's targeting affordable housing that helps keep families together with obstacles and overregulation. So we shouldn't be making this more difficult. We should actually be cherishing this because it's beneficial to taxpayers and residents in the community. And that's all. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, James. Good to see you, and appreciate you coming to council tonight. And I know we've had many conversations about SMUs and about other urban issues, and you highlighted some of the changes we made in the OCP, and thanks for your work and advocacy on the TMS as well. Appreciate how nuanced you are in your criticism, because we need it, but I appreciate that you're also looking for some constructive solutions there. In your research, and I know you've done a lot of research on this and other municipalities, one of the challenges that's come up with the small-scale multi-unit housing policy and potential regulations are the challenge that might come if, for example, one or two of these projects proceeds in a neighborhood or on a street and the infrastructure, i.e. the water, the sewer, isn't quite up to the standard or isn't at capacity needed for additional units, additional people living in the area. Have you experienced any other municipalities or come across what other municipalities have done in terms of potentially addressing that?
I would say the key thing that I've observed with the City of Vancouver is they designed their SSMUH bylaw to be a floor area ratio type. They actually kept the floor area ratio, so that's the ratio of the floor space to the land size, at 1. And the reason was those infrastructure concerns. Compared it to the Township of Langley SMU bylaw, it's kind of, the floor area ratio can be a wide variety, and I think that makes it very hard to predict the infrastructure needs of multiplex. So I think maybe that would be something that could be looked at again, is kind of just cleaning up that, and the original SMU, the one that was passed I think in 2024 by the township, that just kind of said, kind of give a rough outline. And I think we could clean that up to say, okay, it's this floor area ratio, and that would be a lot more predictable for infrastructure. I know that SMUs do pay DCCs as well, so that helps pay for any upgrades that are needed. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And then my last question was, in our conversations, we've always explored how exciting it could be where you talked again, the corner store retail piece. Have you come across either jurisdictions in the Lower Mainland or BC, or I know we've talked in the past about, for example, Houston has pretty flexible regulations where you can mix uses and things like that. Have you ever found a place where it actually works well?
I think the only one coming to my mind right now off the top of my head would be Bothell in Washington State. They've actually have a law, they allow a building form which can be mixed use as well, where you have a ground floor retail and then residential above. And that actually aligns with a specific, it's in the States, so like a federal mortgage program that qualifies for. So it's a little bit different. I don't know how that would kind of translate over into Canada. But I think that's one avenue. I know that obviously if we go internationally, you can look at Japan where they allow any residential unit to 50 square meters of the floor space could be used as retail as well. So that allows for those little corner coffee shops, barber shops, things like that. And it's really helpful for building those kind of walkable, more urban kind of neighborhoods with those facilities within walking distance area to drive to a central commercial hub.
Appreciate that. And thanks for your advocacy.
Yeah. Hi, James. How are you?
Okay, thank you. Hi.
Good to see you again.
Thank you.
Always appreciate your insights on this. I just am wondering what you read out, the three issues that you identified, are solutions, shall we say. Was that sent in to Mayor and Council?
No, I have just rough notes I kind of prepared over the weekend, but I can send those to everyone if that's.
James, another option for you is you could provide the hard copy to the clerk here.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And that
sure.
would be distributed to all
Yeah,
of council.
it's a little rough around the edges, but if that's okay, then that's
If you don't
fine.
want to, then the challenge being if you send it in after the fact,
Okay,
it's a public hearing issue, so if it's
I'll
possible.
I'll
for
hand
you
it
to
in.
provide
That's
that.
fine. Thank you.
All right. Councilor Martins?
Yeah, that was actually my concern, if we didn't receive it tonight. And is it as soon as we close this discussion, because I know we have other items on our agenda, so it's not even the end of us sitting here. It's literally this item. Yeah,
Yeah,
so, no, James, sorry to put you on the spot. It's because I just want to ensure, I did make notes of what you said, and I want to assure that I transcribed it correctly. That was all. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
No, it's probably for staff.
Any other submissions from the public on item B2? Second time, are there any other submissions from the public on item B2? And for a third and final time, are there any submissions from the public on item B2? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing for item B2. Does anybody wish to move consideration of third reading? It's moved by Councillor Pratt. Seconded by Councillor Rint. Call the question on consideration of third reading. That carries with Mayor Woodward opposed. So does anybody wish to move third reading? Or move the recommendation in the agenda? Moved by Councillor Pratt. Or seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rint. So is there any questions? Councillor Coons, go ahead.
Yeah, my question is, I understand the heritage conservation areas are exempt from the SMU DPA, but they must comply with the SMU guidelines through the heritage alteration permits. Under the heritage conservation areas, how will that function under the SMU framework? And can staff explain how we ensure that the objectives of a small-scale multi-unit housing, particularly around gentle density and infill, are still achievable in these areas, given that heritage guidelines were not originally designed with those objectives in mind?
Through your worship, Councillor Kunst. So the bylaw proposes, as you mentioned, inclusion of the development permit guidelines as subordinate to the applicable heritage conservation area guidelines. So there's the applicable guidelines in Fort Langley as well as in Murrayville. So when an application comes forward, it was still advanced through its current process, as council understands it, through the Heritage Review Panel, Heritage Advisory Committee, through to council, with the extra lands of the small-scale multi-unit housing proposed DP guidelines subordinate to the primary heritage conservation area guidelines. So it'd still be that full review, your worship.
So Heritage Advisory or Review Panel still weighs in on the form and character?
That's correct, your worship. The process doesn't change.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Pratt.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I moved third reading. I'd personally like more time with it, so I would be moving a deferral for one council meeting until April 13th to consider third.
All right, I'll second that. Is there a second or, sorry, any discussion on deferral? Seeing none, call the question on deferral. That carries unanimously. Before we get going on B3, I see we have a full house on B3 tonight, which I very much appreciate and recognize, and especially for those that are wearing yellow, which I again very much respect and appreciate in the passion that everybody has for this issue. I want to ensure that the public hearing is conducted in such a way that those that aren't have the ability to feel safe and comfortable in presenting their views. So please no applause, please no heckling, please no cheering. Please keep it respectful for all members that are here tonight to express their views to council, that all have an equal opportunity to be heard and heard respectfully and not feel intimidated or otherwise out of place. And that goes for everyone, regardless of their submission here to council tonight. Also, if you can please keep your reasonable chance to be heard to 5 minutes, I would appreciate that. However, if you do need more time to add more information to your submission, you can speak for a second and even third time to do that. But for those that are here, try to provide an equal opportunity for everyone to get to the microphone. And if you have more information that takes beyond 5 minutes, that you can come and speak for a second or even third time to provide that information. But to have everybody an equal opportunity here in the early part of the public hearing to have a chance to make their submission. So with that, Mr. Richardson, item B3.
Thank you, worship. This public hearing is being held pursuant to the BC Supreme Court, directing a new public hearing be held. A public hearing date was set for February the 22nd. At the request of the applicant, was rescheduled for today. The subject rezoning application pertains to a 9.8 acre portion of a 20.7 acre site located at 25044 88th Avenue. The site is in the agricultural land reserve and designated agriculture in the countryside and agricultural countryside in the rural plan. This therefore depicts a site located on the south side of 8th Avenue, west of 252nd Street. Rezoning bylaw 5899 proposes to amend the site's rural floodplain RU5 zoning on a site-specific basis to accommodate a growing media processing and distribution facility on the southerly 9.8 acre portion of the site. Bylaw 5899 is presented to be subject to 6 conditions listed on page 4 of council's agenda. Your worship, a total of 30 notices were mailed out, 133 written submissions have been received, and there are 25 individuals noted on the speakers list. The first 3 are Paula Baxter, Brad Jalbert, and Sarah Swallow, your worship.
All right, thank you. We'll start with Paula Baxter. Please come forward. And the second speaker is, after that, is Brad Jalbert. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Woodward and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Paula Baxter, and I'm the co-owner of Exemplar Horticulture in Abbotsford. And I'm also the immediate past president of the BCLNA and the BC Landscape Nursery Association. I'm here today to express my full support for West Creek Farms in the rezoning matter. At Exemplar Horticulture, we grow a wide range of perennials, ornamental grasses, vines, and vegetable starter plants. And yes, we grow edible plants like peppers and tomatoes in West Creek's potting mix. Our product is sold at independent garden centers, mostly family-owned, throughout Western Canada and Puget Sound. We employ 60 staff at our 2 sites in West Abbotsford. We purchase some of our specialized potting and propagation mixes from West Creek Farms, and I'm shocked that things have come to this, that an excellent member of our industry and your community could be pushed out of business. West Creek is one of 2 potting mix suppliers that service the industry. If they were to be driven out of business, the remaining supplier would have a monopoly on the market and would likely struggle with capacity, so the result to growers would be more expensive, less consistent potting mixes. Removing West Creek Farms from the supply chain would increase all growers in BC vulnerability. West Creek Farms is an outstanding and responsible business, providing the highest quality products and services to not only my farm, but to many horticultural and agricultural enterprises in BC. The Agriculture Land Commission has designated them an essential service to the greenhouse, horticulture, and nursery industry. I understand that there are a few neighbors here who have expressed some concerns about the operations, but West Creek Farms has worked responsibly to mitigate these issues on their property. They have engaged expert consultants who have deemed that West Creek Farms is compliant with the regulations. I implore you tonight to listen to the facts and not to the emotions. Councilman Root, on the Township Langley website page, you state that you pride yourself on being a farmer in BC, that you are proud of the importance of honesty and hard work that your
Yeah,
farming
I'm gonna-
family has
I'm gonna
passed on to you.
Stop you right there. We're not debating Councillor Rin's bio. If you could please restrict your remarks to the bylaw.
Okay, I would like to say that we are talking about removing roadblocks for small businesses, and I ask you, how does pushing West Creek out of business and putting dozens of farms in Langley and throughout BC at risk accomplish either of these goals? I am in full support of West Creek Farms, and I would like to go on record as so. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker is Brad Jalbert. Great, please go ahead.
Mayor Woodward and Council. My name is Brad Gilbert. I've lived since 1974 in South Langley. In 1990, I opened a business called Select Roses, where we hybridize, that is, create new varieties of roses, and we retail thousands and thousands of roses to people in the British Columbia area. One of the special needs that we have is a highly specific soil mix. The mix that we have for our rose bushes can only be made from what we have found in the local area from West Creek Farms. We're in full support of West Creek Farms continuing in business. Without them, a small business like ours that's been in business for 36 years would likely have to close. I would implore you to consider not only West Creek Farms, but the thousands of other businesses that will be affected if you don't allow them to continue in business.
Next speaker is Sarah Swallow.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sarah Swallow, and I live at 8719 252nd Street, right next door to West Creek Farms. My family has been a direct neighbor of West Creek Farms for 32 years, and we share a property line with their operation. I'm not here today as somebody who simply dislikes development. I'm here as a concerned neighbor, and I tell you that I believe this application is dangerously deficient. Let's be clear. What we are talking about here in an agricultural zone is not a farm. It is a farm by name only. West Creek Farm does not grow, produce, or harvest anything from the soil upon which their operation exists. They truck in 100% of their materials and truck out the finished product. By every legal definition, this is an industrial manufacturing plant. They're using an agricultural report to justify an industrial operation. This is like using a bicycle manual to repair a jet engine. To bypass full environmental reviews by granting a rezoning today would be a significant failure of due diligence by this council and goes directly against your own website, where you state that the Township of Langley is committed to adhering sustainable and resilient development policies that support positive economic, social, cultural, and environmental outcomes for the community. The site directly abuts West Creek, a Class A salmon stream. West Creek Farms' own plans show them operating within meters of the top of the bank of this salmon stream. This is in violation of the riparian areas protection regulation. Furthermore, they have a discharge permit that allows them to discharge 1.39 million litres of water per month into a salmon stream with no requirement to sample that water before it's released. It also allows them cherry-picking sampling times. As a neighbor, I see what happens during heavy rain. In 2012, we watched the floodwaters swamp the West Creek Farm site. When that site floods, and it will, and indeed it has in the last week or so with the rain that we've had, every chemical, hydraulic fluid, and organic concentrate on that industrial pad will go straight into the salmon habitat or onto my family's property. The current permit has zero provisions for these flood events. I do not want to see West Creek Farms fail. They're an employer, and from what I have read and heard tonight from supporters, they make a good product. However, their business model does not require this specific piece of land. They are trucking material in, changing it, and trucking it out. They could operate on any appropriately zoned industrial site with proper drainage and transport links. My greatest fear for the township is this. If you rezone this to RU5A, you are now spot zoning a sensitive floodplain. If West Creek Farms ever leaves, you have permanently opened the door for heavy industry on a Class A stream. You are effectively stripping away the environmental safeguards that protect our community's natural legacy and that you champion on your own website. That is not even to mention if it is rezoned industrial and increase in traffic or other disruptions. I urge Council to have the courage to enforce the rules that every other industrial operator in BC must follow, and please reject this rezoning application. Do not trade the long-term health of the West Creek watershed for a short-term rezoning of a business that is simply in the wrong place. Thank you.
Next speaker, Tracy Grant. Tracy Grant here. Please come forward.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Tracy Grant, and I live in Fort Langley. As a resident living on the property at West Creek, I would like to clarify the nature of the farm's operations and respond to concerns raised in the community. I have researched the opposition's concerns to clarify the misleading statements being shared amongst our community, and I have also met with West Creek Farms to ensure I'm speaking with accurate information. The characterization of West Creek Farm as an industrial manufacturing facility misunderstands the role of soil building practices in agriculture. Blending and curing organic materials are widely recognized farming activities that contribute to soil regeneration and sustainable crop production. Processing organic matter into soil amendments is a form of nutrient cycling and land stewardship, not industrial production. Commercial farming focuses on efficient, sustainable production and may include a wide range of activities that support crop growth and soil health. These activities remain agricultural in nature, even when they involve machinery, trucking, or the handling of organic materials. Industrial manufacturing is about making brand new products, not preparing or handling materials in use for farming, construction, or other primary industries. So if someone is mixing, curing, or preparing organic materials like manure or soil amendments for use, that is considered agriculture and not industrial manufacturing. Modern agricultural operations routinely involve heavy equipment, trucking, and the handling of organic materials such as manure, silage, and bedding. Activities such as importing, mixing, storing, and transporting organic materials are standard agricultural practices used to maintain soil health and productivity. These activities are common across commercial farms and do not constitute industrial manufacturing. Some concerns raised about dust, odors, and truck traffic require context. West Creek Farms does not burn materials, so there is no smoke generated. Dust that occasionally occurs is typical of soil handling activities. Odors may temporarily occur from spent mushroom substrate, which is a widely used agricultural soil amendment comparable to normal fertilization or manure spreading on the local farms in our neighborhood. Truck traffic and equipment noise are also typical elements of modern agriculture. In addition, the surrounding area already experiences significant transportation activity on this designated truck route, from semi-trucks servicing the local mill, as well as freight and coal trains passing through the corridor, which generates substantially more noise and dust than the farm's operations. It's also important to note that ownership structure is not relevant to whether a farm is operating appropriately. Many farms operate under corporate structures for legal and financial reasons while still maintaining family-run operations, local stewardship, and direct management of the land. Many of the impacts raised, including odors, dust, traffic, and equipment noise, are anticipated within farming areas and are protected under British Columbia's Farm Practices Protection Right to Farm Act, which safeguards farms in conducting normal agricultural practices from nuisance complaints. Claims that denying rezoning was necessary to protect West Creek salmon habitat suggest environmental impacts that have not been clearly demonstrated. Environmental protection is an important objective, but conclusions about ecological harm should be based on scientific evidence and regulatory findings rather than uneducated assumptions. Finally, references to overwhelming community opposition should be interpreted carefully. Public hearings often attract individuals strongly opposed to a project, but this does not necessarily reflect the broader community's views. Land use decisions are most appropriately guided by planning, policy, agricultural practice, and regulatory compliance rather than the number of objections expressed at a hearing. In conclusion, the activities at West Creek Farm are consistent with modern agricultural practices and the realities of contemporary farming operations. Soil management, trucking, and the use of heavy equipment are all standard components of commercial agriculture and do not constitute industrial manufacturing. As Council considers this issue, it's important that decisions be grounded in evidence, established agricultural practice, and provincial legislation such as the Right to Farm Act, rather than assumptions about the scale of operations or the intensity of community opposition. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Bauer, thank you very much. Ms. Bauer, can you please have the timer actually, working? That'd be great. Okay. Next speaker is Sandy Hope. Just saves me doing it manually. Sandy Hope, please come forward. Okay, go ahead, thanks.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Sandy Hope. I live and farm at 9257 222nd Street in Langley. I do not personally grow greenhouses, but as a farmer, I support other farmers, and as a commercial farmer, we all rely on companies like West Creek Farms to supply us with specialty items. And I find it unfortunate that they can't carry on. Anyway, thank you very much. Short and sweet.
Thank you. Lynn Perrin?
I
Please go
have a PowerPoint or a. I don't know how to.
Try to get that for you.
Thank you. Which one was yours? PDF.
And here I thought we had a new system.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Hopefully that can bring those up automatically next time. But please go ahead. If you have it up, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. My
Council's
name
not-
is.
Just so you know, Ms. Bauer, council can't see this. It's not on our screens here.
Okay.
Okay, please go ahead. There we are.
Yeah,
Thank you. Please go
my
ahead.
name is Lynn Perrin. I live in Abbotsford. And for quite a number of years, I lived upstream of West Creek Farm. And in the late 70s, I started along with my neighborhood on 60th Avenue to protect West Creek. So I've been protecting West Creek, the salmon habitat in West Creek, since before West Creek Farms started doing their mixes. So Council, I just want to remind you that you have a legal and a fiduciary duty to protect salmon habitat. And the salmon wheel there shows where the salmon encounter West Creek Farm. So they encounter West Creek Farm when they're little fries or little smolts, the wild coho that are spawned upstream. And the endangered Chinook, which are actually from Thompson River, they rest and feed at the mouth of West Creek. Now, and you can see it's not a very promising gamble for those fish. One salmon can spawn 2,500 eggs, but you might get one adult back at their natal habitat. Now, on the right-hand side is an indication of salmon on West Creek, right near West Creek Farm. They're all the blue dots. Those are salmon. Dr. Mike Pearson of Resilient Waters provided that to me. I don't know how you, I see. As I said, Council, you have a fiduciary duty to protect the salmon in West Creek. And in fact, the provincial government mandates you and says you must. In the riparian regulations, you must. So it's not even, it's mandatory. So there's an example of what, one of the concerns is that there's debris, there's all kinds of hazardous things for salmon going into that creek from West Creek Farms. And some of us would think you're a pro-development council at the risk of the ALR. And I've been a long time ALR proponent. I was a farmer myself. So here's two breaches of legislation. One of them is that there isn't a 30-meter setback. And the ALC approval said West Creek must comply with all acts and regulations. And the other one is the organic matter recycling regulation, which says that the outdoor piles of mixed ingredients must be covered between October 1st and March 31st, and they're not. This is a Zoom footage from a couple of weeks ago, so they should have been covered, and they're not. Here's where it tells you that you must comply and enforce the riparian area protection regulation and the streamside protection regulation. Sorry. Now, this is another act that's being breached. It's the Water Sustainability Act. I'm just shocked at this structure in the riparian area of the creek. And from what we've been able to determine, there has been no application under the Water Sustainability Act for this structure. I'm pretty sure that they would not allow it. And finally, salmon that have lived in West Creek for thousands of years cannot relocate. West Creek Farms can. 0% of their mix comes from the property. So council, you must deny this rezoning.
Thank you. Next speaker is James Luba.
laptop or stick as well. They're all there.
All of them?
There's those 5 from there down. Yeah.
Gives this back to you.
And I use the mouse to click on them.
Yeah, you can use the mouse to click on them. Which one do you want to start with?
Get my glasses on.
Close this for you. And your USB sticks.
Okay. So, Mayor and Council, my name is James Lerba. I'm a neighbor of West Creek Farms, separated by West Creek. I'll start, I have a speech here. Langley's 5-acre parcels are known for incubating new businesses. When the business's growth starts to alter the character of the agency, typically they move to commercial or industrial areas. A common business in the township is running gravel trucks. A common business in the township is running gravel trucks. 1 is okay, but when you get to 3, it's too many. This year, West Creek Farm is running the equivalent of 14 gravel trucks in and out of Fort Langley every workday. And West Creek has a 1,900 square meter soil processing barn with a half a dozen employees and a large articulating loader moving dirt mixes around all day long. In 2001, they exceeded 6 gravel truck equivalents. Why did the Township of Langley not demand zoning compliance from West Creek Farm then? Like they do to a typical gravel truck operator that buys the 3rd truck. We should have zoning laws to regulate who does what in a given area. In RU5 areas, we limit legal activities to farming, not industrial application, and residential living. I did not buy 30 acres of RU5 ALR land to end up with a trucking dirt processing company on my property line. I bought 30 acres for the privilege of living in an RU5 rural area and enjoying my neighbors' Xmas trees or horse pastures. Thankfully, though, West Creek Farms is a portable business. Every piece in their processing equipment is available on wheels. Here's an example. Nobody here tonight wants West Creek Farms to go out of business. Just move to a legal industrial location. West Creek Farm has all the trucking equipment necessary to move their own business. Lastly, West Creek Farm has not been a good, forthright neighbor. Reviewing 30 years of TOL's own maps, you can see West Creek Farm gradually moved their area of operations closer and closer to West Creek over the last 26 years. Here's a map that shows the portion of their operations that are squatting on a 30-meter riparian setback from the center of West Creek. Let's try and figure this one out. There you go. That's not even to top of bank. The regulations are top of bank. All their storage there along the edge of West Creek is right at the top of bank. So they should be 30 meters from the top of bank. But anyway, where am I at? Here's a similar map for Burnco Concrete and Brenag Chemical on 102B. Notice their 30 to 40 meter setbacks are grass. There we go. As you can see, this creek is the creek that comes up into Walnut Grove, and you can see the setbacks from all industrial activity. They actually have real setbacks. This creek is not floodplain because there's a floodplain structure ahead of it. West Creek Farms is totally on floodplain. By the way, from what public tax records I can find, West Creek Farm has not been paying full industrial property taxes for the last 26 or so years, unlike all their competitors. Looks like an unfair and maybe criminal advantage. In closing, this application to modify RU5 zoning is a legal procedure, not a popularity contest. Surprisingly, for this take-two run at the council, West Creek Farm is mounting a social media campaign. Yet none of the facts have changed in their favor, and West Creek Farm has acquired 2 more 40-foot semi-trucks and a larger, noisier loader, and West Creek Farm is still squatting on West Creek riparian setback lands. I urge council to reaffirm their previous vote and deny this rezoning, so West Creek Farm will have the motivations to move to a legal industrial location. Thank you.
Next speaker is Manajek Gaffery.
I declined at the moment.
Sorry?
I declined at the moment.
You declined. Do you want me to come back to you at the end?
Yes.
Okay. Next speaker is John Krokock.
Okay,
Please go ahead.
thank you. The big question is, why are we all here? We're here because someone has broken the bylaws and that were made to protect us from what's happening right now. Everybody is very keyed up. Let me be clear. The neighbors are the victims, not the other way around. We're not trying to close them down. We're just saying, please, do it in a proper place. We're the victims, they're trying to make themselves the victims. It's not true. The constant maneuvering of dirt and components, e.g. the constant emptying and refilling trucks, causes plumes of dust and smells. This is going all over the neighborhood. Ask yourself, how do you enhance the soil to make it a better growing agent? You put fertilizers, you put other components in. So the dust is not just choking. What's in it? No one knows. I would like to go, I'm not going to go into detail because I only got 5 minutes, but I want to let you know this one time the smell was so bad, literally, I couldn't breathe. Across the street, the neighbors had guests. They were running out of the house because they thought it was a gas leak. Is that a life? Is that a life that would anybody like to live? No. Let's get down to it. West Creek knew that they're breaking the bylaws, especially when they started to wrap up full industrial. Even the BC assessment stated West Creek was not farming, it was an industrial process in 2016. That's the BC assessment. But they didn't care. When council voted against the rezoning, they didn't even hiccup what they were doing. They just continued. If nothing happened, they didn't care. West Creek made a dubious accusation against an innocent council member here. They stated that there was a conflict of interest. They took this accusation to court. That could have ruined one of your colleagues' reputation. They don't care. It's well known that it's well known that the board members and the owners don't even live on the grounds. Would you with all that? I wonder why. Of course. One of the, these people, one of the owners, live in South Langley in a nice acreage with a stream backing their backyard. What do you think that person would do if they had the same process right beside them? Do you think? No, he's lucky because he has bylaws that protect him. I'm asking council, maybe have a unanimous decision against the rezoning because it looks like they don't care. Even with a unanimous decision, you guys are going to have a lot of effort because they don't care to stop what's going on. Please show your solidarity. Please hopefully have a unanimous decision on this, because it's going to be very, very tough, even with that. If I do, I might go again, but thank you very much for your time so far. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker is Malcolm Swallow. Please go.
I think I've got a slide presentation up there somewhere as well, if somebody doesn't mind driving the machine for me. Oh, at the risk of ruining your day, I'm going to move that. I'm left-handed.
Which one is yours?
It should be PowerPoint on the end. West Creek 1 PowerPoint, that's it, yep. Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of council.
Sorry, I got to do it again. Ms. Bauer, in regard, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is Malcolm Swallow. I live directly adjacent to West Creek Farms at 8719 252 Street. I will show you on a map in a moment. We've already asked the question, who are West Creek Farms? Here's a dust cloud over the valley. This was taken 10 days ago. This is typical of what we see on a regular basis coming over my fence line. Sorry, I'll manage to work this eventually. You won't believe I did this for a living at one time. Okay, here is a plan, in fact, from your own drawings showing West Creek Farm, and the building on the very right of it is one of my barns, just to give you an idea how close I am. Below me is Gary's tree farm. West Creek is, as has been previously stated, right up against the riparian zone. It is actually operating within the official riparian zone of 30 meters from the top of the bank. It has a problem with water runoff onto the site. Every time it rains, they have to dump water, and they dump water into West Creek. I don't know what the next slide is. It's always exciting, this, isn't it? There you go. Here's another view of West Creek Farms. The hole in the donut I've described it as, because when you, or if you rezone it, they will become a hole in the RU5 donut. I've lived here 32 years. I bought an RU5 because I wanted to live in RU5, not next to this. This wasn't what I signed up for. This wasn't what any of the 52 neighbors who have signed the Friends of Glen Valley's petition signed up for. They don't want this. None of us want it. Where does the dust come from? Well, here's a loader in the storage yard. The storage yard itself is abutting West Creek. It's within 4 meters of the top of bank, as clearly stated in Melanchuk's environmental report. You can read it, it's in your own paperwork. Here's some temporary storage against the top of bank. I don't know whether it's permitted. You guys would know, I wouldn't. As far as I'm concerned, it's not permitted, and I wonder whether there are other buildings that are permitted. It certainly isn't permitted to be in this place. Here are all the homes and farms within 400 meters of West Creek Farms. So there are 25 homes, all located in RU5 and RU2. That's what they signed up for, RU5 and RU2. They didn't sign up for the dust cloud. They didn't sign up for the trucks. They didn't sign up for the loaders, and they didn't sign up for all the water getting dumped into West Creek. So the big X there is West Creek itself. I stole this one off Barry, who will be talking to you later. But it's a good illustrative slide to show you what our problem is. And again, adjacent to West Creek, and I think in your own drawings, actually this one was taken from the Provincial Ministry of Environment's drawings of water disposal. And although you can't read, or I can't read them, but most of the labels on them, all of the areas in brown hard surface, all of them drain water. The West Creek, after the 2024 refusal by you, the council members, went to the Provincial Ministry of Environment and got a water license to dispose of water. Their water license allows them to dump up to 20 millimeters, approximately 20 millimeters of water a day, or up to 70 millimeters of water in a month. In the month of March alone, they have dumped 300% of their monthly allowance of water into West Creek. They're required to sample every time it rains 20 millimeters in a day. That happened 18 times last year between March and the end of the year, and it's happened, I think, 6 or 8 times already this year. So this isn't a small matter. This is a significant matter. Now, I don't know whether there's anything in that water. I don't know who else knows what's in that water. All I know is there is no way of storing the water on site. They have small catch basins which are insufficient to hold the volumes of water that are being deposited on the site from rain. And obviously, with all that equipment moving around, that water is going into the creek. So to sum up, West Creek can move. I believe they make a good product. I don't have a problem with that. I understand why all these people with orange ribbons are here. They use the product. It's an excellent product. But it can go and be made somewhere else. It doesn't have to be made on my doorstep with the clouds of dust, with the mud, with the water, and all the rest of it. And it doesn't have to be made on an illegally permitted site. Your planning laws are clear. Right now, this is not allowed. It would not be allowed if they came to you tomorrow with the same application. I'll stop there just to give you a chance to get through the evening. Thank you.
Yeah, if you need more time, you can return. I've got a question from Council. Councillor Martins.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Swallow. Thank you for speaking to us tonight. You referenced a petition signed by the neighbors.
Yep.
Has that been provided to us?
I think we provided it to you in the previous round in 2024. Karen will confirm that. Didn't we have a... Oh, sorry.
That's Barry.
Barry, do we have that?
I have 72 on my list.
Okay, so Barry has 72, so he will make sure you get a copy.
Okay, yeah, that would be great if it can be provided to the clerk.
My letter. There's 72 names on my letter.
Okay, no, that's good. That's
Okay.
good. Thank you very much.
And of those 25 houses that you saw surrounding you, I don't know, Barry would know better than me, but I think there's probably only 1 or 2 who have not objected vehemently to this development.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, so thanks for that. So I made a note of that, and I'll make sure that that finds its way to Council.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker, Lauren Chalice. Chalice? I got to learn to pronounce that.
It's okay.
So maybe you can pronounce
Chalice.
Chalice?
Yes,
Okay,
I'll
please
respond.
Please go ahead.
Thanks, everyone. So good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lauren Chalice, and I'm here in strong support of approving the rezoning amendment for West Creek Farms. They have been operating here in Langley for over 40 years, which is something that we should be proud of, and I think most of us in the room today know that. They supply approximately 50% of the soilless growing media for BC's nursery, greenhouse, and floriculture industry. That quite literally means that half the plants, flowers, food production inputs in this province depend on them, everything from vegetable starters to hanging baskets. West Creek Farms is a part of the backbone of BC's agricultural supply chain. And this has already been recognized. In June of 2022, Council unanimously supported the rezoning amendment application. And in January of 2023, the ALC did approve it and clearly stated that West Creek provides an essential agricultural service across BC. In July of 2023, your township staff recommended that Council support this rezoning amendment, but here we are again. We are at 2 public hearings. There was a tied vote in 2024, and recently in December of 2025, there was a decision by the BC Supreme Court that ruled and called the township's previous decision unreasonable. So we're here tonight for a 3rd time. So I think the question becomes, what more could they possibly do? Because I think it's pretty clear, and the reality is they've done everything and more. They didn't just respond to concerns. I personally feel that they've over-delivered on solutions, mitigations, and assessments. When it comes to neighborhood engagement, they've had multiple open houses. All members of council have been invited to participate in tours of the facility. When it comes to noise mitigation and concerns, well, they've had a comprehensive noise management plan that was done. They replaced traditional backup alarms with low decibel beepers, invested in quieter equipment at their own cost, and completed an independent noise monitoring assessment, which did confirm that noise levels at the east property line, which is the location to the closest residence, was at a background level of about 45 decibels. So to provide a bit of context, that's comparable to your household refrigerator. During that assessment, there were 3 activities that did go higher than that, so they were at 56 decibels. And for context, that's about, comparable to the noise level of a business office or a normal conversation being had. There were concerns about dust, and we've seen that this evening. But from my understanding, they have installed cyclone dust collection systems. They've been adding misting systems to suppress dust during operation. They've moved their processing indoors into covered structures, and they've been completing yard sweeps and had laboratory testing done of their dust, which has confirmed compliance with World Health Organization standards. Obviously we've been hearing complaints about odor. So in terms of mitigation, from my understanding, there is no composting or green waste at these sites, despite a lot of misinformation that was shared. They have transitioned to a new spent mushroom substrate supplier where these materials are pre-treated for 10 weeks to help with preventing and reducing potential odor, and that materials are covered and contained to prevent off-site impacts. Obviously, environmental protection is a huge, component of what we're hearing tonight. But from my understanding, there's been multiple years of water quality testing. All of these tests have come back compliant with provincial and federal standards. There's been ongoing monitoring with no adverse effects to West Creek. And inspections that have been done and surprise inspections by provincial and federal agencies have all come back within compliance. My understanding is that they've also completed an independent ecological assessment, which did confirm healthy creek conditions. Traffic is obviously something we're all hearing tonight, but when it comes to mitigation and just understanding the situation, they are located within a designated truck route, so trucks are allowed to be there. And they did complete a traffic assessment in 2023, and their trucks only made up 1.1% of traffic going up 264th and 0.3% of traffic on Glover Road, which is very minuscule. And during their updated data between 2024 and 2025, there hasn't been any increase in traffic volumes. And more importantly, every one of these measures has been done proactively and at their own expense because they're choosing to be responsible and act in good faith. As someone who personally works in the project delivery sector, I can say that this level of mitigation, transparency, and investment at their own cost, for me, seems to be well beyond industry standard. If this application is not approved, the township of Langley is at risk of disrupting half of BC's growing media supply, and this could create shortages with nursery plants, garden center products, produce starters, and crops, and can increase the costs across the agricultural sector. This will put pressure on greenhouses, farmers, and local businesses, and this could have an impact on affordability for everyday people like myself. I think we all know at a time in BC we are all facing economic constraints, so why would the township want to risk adding to that? In your own township agricultural profile, it recognizes West Creek as a value-added agricultural operation, which is huge. This is a business that supports local jobs, the rural economy. They're partners with KPU and UBC to educate the next generation of agricultural workers. And they have demonstrated, I think, repeatedly that they're responsible stewards of the land. I think this decision is simple. The ALC has approved it. The courts have redirected a reconsideration, which I think is fairly unique. Science supports it and the mitigations are here. Council, I think the path forward is clear. We should be voting yes to this amendment. Thank you.
Next speaker is Karen Algren.
I have, I guess I can. There we go. Good evening, Mayor Woodward and council members. My name is Karen Algren, and I live in Glen Valley, about half a kilometer away from West Creek Farms in the township of Langley. I'm here to address the specific order from Justice Mirzari of the BC Supreme Court. The court mandated that any future vote on West Creek Farms must be traceable to the record and legally defensible. This is a high bar. To meet the reasoned standard set by the court, your decision must be rooted in the established land use record and the regulatory framework of this province. Council must avoid being manipulated by emotional or unverified narratives. You must follow the law. Recently, we've seen West Creek Farms pushing false narratives through paid social media campaigns to evoke moral and emotional outrage. However, the courts don't make decisions based on Facebook and Instagram posts or engineered online petitions. Decisions are made based on actual facts and the law. The fact is, this situation is entirely self-induced. West Creek Farms has been non-compliant since the very beginning. We recognize they produce a product that is good for agriculture. However, the manufacturing of that product is classified as M-3 heavy industry 703.1, number 5, under the TOL master plan. Willful ignorance of the law is not a legally defensible justification for rezoning. And this has never been about shutting West Creek Farms down. It's about the fact that this land is not designated for heavy industrial use. Glen Valley is a green zone. A legally defensible decision requires council's strict adherence to our mandates. Regionally, Metro 2050 Strategy 2.3 states that agricultural land will not be considered for industrial use. Locally, this council adopted the 2025 OCP and a climate action strategy that prioritizes natural systems and food security. Approving a heavy industrial use in the ALR contradicts every one of these rules. If a new application for a factory on this site were submitted today, it would be rejected immediately. If it had been submitted 10 years ago, it would have been rejected then too. If West Creek Farms were serious about keeping their doors open, they would use a temporary use permit to manage a relocation. But instead, they're pursuing aggressively a permanent rezoning that could triple their land value and help facilitate an exit strategy for the owners. 1,000 letters of support for a product still doesn't change the fact that an M-3 heavy industrial use is prohibited in the ALR. And it contradicts the 2025 official community plan. Council's mandate is to regulate land use, not to conduct a popularity contest for a private business. Public sentiment can't be traded for the integrity of the 2025 official community plan. To ensure your decision is legally defensible and stands up in a court of law, it can't be based on Facebook and Instagram posts or emotional manipulation. It must be based on your own land use bylaws and mandates. Upholding the integrity of the ALR and the 2025 official community plan is the only defensible path forward. I urge you to deny bylaw 5899 and protect our rural infrastructure. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next speaker is Denise Page. Denise Page here. Decline, good. Next speaker is Teresa Townsley.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Teresa Townsley, and I'm an agricultural business at 21113 16th Avenue in Langley. And I am here in support of the rezoning application in favor of West Creek Farms. This application, in my opinion, is not about introducing a new or incompatible use into the agricultural land reserve. It's about recognizing and regularizing a long-standing agricultural operation that's been in place since 1986, so 40 years. West Creek Farms has been quietly becoming an essential part of British Columbia's agricultural supply chain, producing growing media that supports greenhouses, nurseries, horticultural operations across the province, and my own family's food security. In fact, the Agricultural Land Commission itself has recognized this use and explicitly finding that this operation provides an essential service to agriculture and approving its continued use. What changed here was not the operation, but the interpretation of the rules around it. And I know many farmers, such as myself, have had that issue with their own properties, in that there has been changes to the classifications that we are not part of the discussion in. In 2015, after decades of operation, a technical reclassification shifted how this use was viewed. And since then, the proponent has been forced to a lengthy and costly process simply to continue doing what they've responsibly been doing for decades. And importantly, this matter has already been tested. It's been reviewed, challenged, and ultimately upheld through higher levels of scrutiny. The ALC has approved it. The agricultural merits are not in question in this case. So the issue before council tonight is not whether or not this is good for agriculture, because we know it is. The question is whether this particular proponent is being held to a level of scrutiny that goes beyond what is reasonably applied elsewhere. It also sets precedent about how issues in the future relating to urban agriculture interface are being handled in the township. And I caution council about setting that precedent right now. To their credit, West Creek Farms has met every request made of them, and we've heard that ad nauseum, so I'm not going to go into the details, but it's been a lengthy process on their behalf. But the point is that at some point this has to lead to a resolution. If we want to support agriculture in Langley, not just in principle, but in practice, we need to ensure that the long-standing good faith operators are treated fairly, consistently, and with respect to their history. And this application does exactly that. It aligns zoning with reality, and it supports a critical agricultural service and closes that regulatory gap that was never the fault of the proponent. I encourage council to support this application. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor Woodward and Township Councilors. My name is Jeremy Nunnekoven. I live here in Aldergrove, and I own and operate a specialized lawn care, golf, and turf maintenance business. My work requires regular use of high-quality soil products to grow and maintain turf grass, and I'm here tonight to express support for the rezoning application in favor of West Creek Farms. My journey to West Creek started about 6 years ago. I was dissatisfied with the soil products available to me on the market locally, and I sought to find a new supplier. I needed a product to have certain characteristics and specifications to meet the demands of the types of projects that I work on, and it starts with good soil. We all know that for working in our gardens on the weekends. We're always looking for the best stuff we can find, right? I called and I made an appointment, and I met Colin and Linda for a tour of their facility, and after about 10 minutes I realized I'd found what I'm looking for. Fast forward to now. As the subject of tonight's hearing was introduced to me just recently, I had to go back and ask why I was so impressed and why I believe West Creek Farms is different, and why this discussion and the decision about this zoning really comes down to a philosophical question of whether their operations are considered farming or not. So why was I impressed? The reason was because of how they think and how they go about creating their products. They're rooted in a two-letter word called ag, and from that word we get the words agronomy and agriculture. Agriculture and farming, they go hand in hand, and they really can't be separated. West Creek Farms is very much a farm because they're agronomy based. One of the first things I asked Linda to do for me was to give me some soil results, soil testing results for their products I was interested in. Very happy to oblige, and got me the information that I needed. West Creek Farms is very much a farm in not only in how they cultivate their products, but for and to all the farms and agriculture related businesses they provide to and support. While they don't directly grow tomatoes, cucumbers, flowers, nursery stock, or even turf grass, they're certainly a farm, and they're in the business of farming, soil farming. Thanks for your time.
Next speaker is Dick Klein-Geltink.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My
evening consists of a letter from myself and then a letter I'll read on behalf of Ian Payton, MLA for BC. I live on 8782 272nd Street. We moved to 272nd in 1968. The original claim Gelting Farm was 30 cows bought by mom and dad, and even Councillor Steve can attest to that. We now have 4 farms. 3 of them are located in Langley, on the Langley side. One of them is in Aldergrove, on the Abbotsford side, sorry. The 3 on the Langley side consist of at least 75 voters and potential of more 17 and under. Steve can attest to our existence. Lee's Market can tell you that the Clangeltings are everywhere. And I have supported Fort Langley Pub long before I was supposed to. And Rob's father can probably attest to that as well. Over the course of years, our family has supported West Creek and still do. Their product makes an excellent mix for garden as well as greenhouse product. In a previous life, I spent 5 years as chair of BC Milk Producers and another 4 as chair of BC Ag Council. And I visited and conversed with many farmers and seen many sites. So one of my comments tonight is be careful what you ask for. The options for the West Creek property are a few. One is a chicken barn, and those fans will be blowing somewhere. Next is a cattle feedlot, perfectly legal, a whole bunch of cattle. You'll hear them, you'll see them, you'll smell them. Another one is a hog farm. It's perfectly legal. Another one is a vegetable farm, and they pick the veggies, and the after effects stay all winter, and you'll smell them. There isn't a farm that I have been on or seen that is not without sights, sounds, or smells. West Creek has been an excellent neighbor. I visited numerous times, the latest being a short time ago. I've been impressed with the mitigation that they have done on site for concerns by the neighbors. I've kayaked the Fraser, I've kayaked West Creek, and we even farm, if the map was up there, it's on the hill above the bluff, 50 acres up there for the last 6 years. We've never seen clouds of dust. We've never heard a lot of noise other than the ones we make probably. So I continue to be impressed by West Creek. And I'm here to thank council for their diligence in this matter. And I also was asked to read a letter from Ian Payton, which I will do so now. Ian Payton is a lifelong farmer and for the last 9 years has been MLA for Delta South, as well as the official opposition critic for agriculture food in the province of BC. Before this, he served as Delta councillor for 8 years. This testimony is his, and I'm honored to present it on his behalf. West Creek has been operating for over 40 years on agriculture reserve land, ALR, located at 25044 88th Avenue, Langley. The facility produces approximately 50% of BC's soilless growing media used by the greenhouse, horticulture, and nursery sectors, and a few dairy farmers. As such, West Creek plays a critical role in supporting the long-term sustainability of these industries across the province. West Creek Farms is a reliable supplier of a wide range of specialized growing media to producers in Langley and throughout BC. Notably, the Lower Mainland is home to approximately 95% of the province's large-scale greenhouse vegetable operations, making local access to this material essential. Growing media for greenhouse production is fundamental as soil is for traditional field-based agriculture. The difference is that the greenhouse operations can produce up to 10 times more crop on the same land compared to open field farming. In addition, greenhouse vegetable production relies on integrated pest management strategies and does not use pesticides for controlling pests or plant diseases. Another key benefit of greenhouse production is the ability to provide a consistent year-round supply of fresh vegetables. This level of productivity and reliability would not be possible without access to the specialized growing media produced by West Creek. The ALC, Agricultural Land Commission, has determined that West Creek Farms provides an essential service to agriculture and supports the intent and purposes of the ALR. The Commission has authorized this use as a legitimate and critically important agriculture activity within the ALR. In closing, the Agricultural Land Commission, the provincial body responsible for safeguarding agricultural viability, has recognized that this facility delivers a critical service to the agricultural sector and aligns with the objectives of the ALR. I respectfully urge Township Council to support the proposed zoning amendment consistent with the Agricultural Land Commission's decision and conditions of approval. Your support will enable West Creek to continue supplying this essential growing medium to BC's horticulture industry. A favorable decision would also demonstrate Council's commitment to agricultural food and security and a long-term sustainability of local food production in our province. Thank you.
Next speaker is Linda Lightfoot.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present my thoughts to you. My name's Linda Lightfoot. Ted and I live at 5458 272 Street in Langley, in Gloucester Industrial Estates, which comprises the headwater of West Creek. Our opposition to this rezoning application is based solely on our concern for the negative impact that it can and probably will have on the survival of the wild coho salmon and the habitat that supports them. We've spent over 20 years working with First Nations and other environmental groups advocating for protection of the headwaters, the wetlands, and the many streams and tributaries that form this ecosystem. And it's been an uphill battle because more often than not, the concerns and the dollars and the interests of the businesses that choose to develop in this area have overridden any of the and environmental regulations put in place to protect it. Historically, wild salmon used to spawn on the other side of the freeway, south of the freeway. But with the development, and channelizing of some of the important sections of West Creek, this no longer happens. The good news is the wild salmon are resilient, and just a few weeks ago when the Matsqui Guardians came to have a look at how things were progressing in our ponds, Ted was able to do a catch and release trap of 12 coho smolts just in the period of a couple of hours. So they're thriving more in spite of what we're doing to the creek than as a benefit. So with all of the effort that we've put into this, it was really disheartening to learn that we're now facing some threat to their survival at the other end of the creek, at the mouth of West Creek itself. West Creek's one of only 14 designated sensitive streams in BC. It's flagged by Metro on their maps as sort of a purple zone that is a designated sensitive environmental area that should be protected. Since the entirety of West Creek lies within the boundaries of the Township of Langley, we have the responsibility of affording this protection. Allowing industrialization immediately to adjacent to a red-coded stream makes no sense. And the fact that this land is also in the floodplain seems to raise even more red flags. Climate change has made it more difficult to determine the occurrence and the effect of flooding. Now I'm going to need my glasses. Everywhere, and this increases the chances of contamination to the creek at a level even higher than it is today. Even when best practices are the norm, accidents, errors, and miscalculations are inevitable. We've already seen from past speakers the encroachment into an already diminished setback requirement by the DFO when ALR land is the subject of it, and even this 15 meter setback has been breached. In a perfect world, a rezoning would be subject to strict compliance with all the regulations of the government bodies, DFO, Walrus, the TOL, Streamside Protection, etc., and it would stipulate as to any future use or expansion of the property. But realistically, variances are regularly granted, impermeable surfaces encroach into riparian areas, building footprints tend to grow, and the protected trees are cut down due to clerical error. And even when a compromise is reached, the outcome sadly never seems to benefit the environment. Our own sustainability charter that was adopted in 2008 has 5 environmental goals. 3 of the, to me, the most important ones are to conserve and enhance our environment, to increase our biodiversity and natural capital, and to respect our rural character and heritage. The proposed rezoning is in sharp contrast with all of these goals and adds just too many additional risks to the wild salmon who have nowhere else to go and to the integrity of West Creek that supports their survival. We respectfully request that you do not approve this proposal as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I got a question from council. Councilor Martins.
Sorry. Oh, Barb.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Hi, actually, my question, this was on from the last speaker. But I had a question for him. Do you want me to go ahead now, or?
No, that's great. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
So does Dick want to come back?
I hope so. Sorry.
Councilor Martins, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. You had read a letter from MLA.
Ian Payton, yes.
Has that been provided to the clerk?
Yes, it has. All right, will be. Dave's got it, so you'll get it.
Okay, that's all. I just wanted to ensure that we had that in the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Michael Cato.
This is that letter you speak on. Give it to the clerk right now.
That'd be great. Thanks. Go ahead.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of the council. I am an owner of a 73-year-old wholesale nursery in Abbotsford. We have 28 employees and over 500 customers in all provinces of Canada, as well as Washington State. West Creek Farms is an essential supplier to my business. Forcing West Creek to shut down will have a detrimental effect on the ongoing viability of my business. I find it shameful that West Creek Farms is a good tax-paying member of the township has had to spend thousands of dollars to defend their right to remain in business. So I support West Creek's application, and I ask this council to come with solutions to help them stay in business rather than to just shut them down. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm a small business owner. I'm Len Smith, owner of a small nursery up in Bradner. We grow for the local market, a nursery stock, and West Creek Farm has been a supplier of our business for 27 years, and we'd like to continue that. And with my 4 employees, we'd love to continue our business. Thank you. So I'm in favor of the application.
Thank you. Next speaker is Linda Krabendam. Nope. Next speaker is Colin Jansen. Colin, oh, go ahead, yes.
Good evening, Mayor Woodward and council members. My name is Linda Krabendam. West Creek Farms has been operating the township of Langley for 40 years. For those of you who can remember that far back, that was the year Vancouver held Expo 86. Around that time, I was just learning how to walk in my childhood home in Maryville. I attended elementary school, and I went to high school here. I earned my red seal at KPU. I spent 13 years working as a grower in a local greenhouse. And for the last 11 years, I've worked at West Creek Farms. When I started at West Creek Farms, I expected to move on in a couple years. But I didn't. I stayed because how do you leave a job where you're treated like family? How do you quit owners that truly care about you? And how do you quit when your customers have become your friends? This is a place where ownership shows up, works hard, and sets a standard by example. I'm thanked every day for my work and my time. This is a company where doing the right thing is expected all of the time. West Creek Farm supports 400 customers each year. They are mostly based in the Lower Mainland, but they extend into the Okanagan, Vancouver Island, Washington State, Alberta, and Montana. Across those 400 customers, there are hundreds of stories. Some of these businesses employ hundreds of people and supply major retailers like Costco, Home Depot, Walmart, and Superstore. Many are multi-generation family operations. One has been in business for over 125 years. Christine grows produce for the local farmers market. Joshua started a native plant nursery in Langley focused on pollinators. Greg and Paula are deeply committed to both their plants and workplace safety. Brian is working to extend the local strawberry season, and Jesse specializes in rare tropicals. Adrian grows trees shipped across Eastern Canada and the United States, and Brad is a world-renowned rose breeder. Gary holds 2 degrees in biology and ecology from UBC and has written a book on ground covers. And Brian Minter, well, he speaks for himself. We have supplied the soil for a 10-meter tree placed on top of a skyscraper in Vancouver. Our products are used at the Blowdell Conservatory, Butchert Gardens, and the Parliament Buildings in Victoria. If you have visited the Vancouver Aquarium, you have seen the spaces we help create. If you have visited any garden center in BC, you have likely purchased plants in our soil. If you see roadside plantings or restoration work, there's a good chance we have been a part of it. And if you've enjoyed local produce, cranberries, microgreens, garlic, and veggies, we are somewhere in that supply chain. West Creek Farms operates in the background, but it supports a much larger system of growers, jobs, and food production. The decision in front of you will directly impact that system. If West Creek Farms cannot continue operating, the impact will extend far beyond one company. It will be felt across hundreds of businesses and the thousands of people behind them. These aren't just companies. These are individuals and families who have built their lives in horticulture and agriculture. These are people who employ locally, grow locally, and invest locally. In the past few days, a petition started by one of our team members has been shared widely by our customers and our community. It's already received over 2,100 signatures and continues to grow. Of these signatures, at least 450 people live in Langley. This is a reflection of how many people are connected to and rely on what we do. I'm not here today on behalf of West Creek Farms, but on behalf of our customers. They are the reason I come to work every day. And today we aren't standing alone because they are here to support us too. I'm asking Council to please support West Creek Farms.
Next speaker is Colin Jansen.
Dear Mayor Woodward and members of council, there seems to be a narrative being spread that West Creek Farms is some kind of big corporate industrial factory that has no regard for the people or the community that it impacts. I would like to take this opportunity to address these concerns. My name is Colin Jansen and I've been the operations manager at West Creek Farms for 5 years and have been there for 9. During this time, I've been extremely blessed to work with a wide variety of people who, despite their different backgrounds, all have one thing in common: family comes first. Regardless of race, religion, nationality, or gender, every single person who works at West Creek Farms believes that the family comes first. I think about Colwinder, who drives to BC Children's Hospital every Monday to visit his sick granddaughter. Or Alan, who never misses his son's hockey games, no matter what time they are. West Creek Farms is a very definition of a small family business. It starts with the owners, Harry and Rena, who are fully committed to each other and every member of the staff and want nothing more than for all of them to succeed. They take the time to listen to all of us and show a genuine interest in what is going on in our lives outside of work. That type of genuine care is in the DNA of West Creek Farms, and it can be seen in everyone who works here. When Jordan got sick and was off for a couple of months last year, I was very impressed by how the team banded together so that he would not need to rush back. He is now fully recovered and able to work again and is excitedly awaiting the birth of his first baby girl. This entire rezoning process has been extremely stressful on all of us here, as no one is really sure what would happen to West Creek Farms should the request be denied. People like Myron, Harm, and John have all expressed real worry about what should happen if West Creek was to close, as they would have a very hard time finding a new job given how close they are to retirement and the niche and specific nature of their expertise. Mike and Amit have also both indicated worries about paying their mortgages if they were to lose their jobs. As challenging as this process has been, I'm very thankful for having gone through it. Our team is all the more strong and resilient than we otherwise would have been. It has exposed areas where we can improve, and the entire team has risen to the occasion. Scott, who is one of our drivers, has been able to use his woodworking and handyman skills to great effect in our drainage solutions, bunker covering, and many other projects. This process has brought all of us together in ways that we otherwise never could. Jason has just joined the team in the last 6 months and has already made an enormous impact, and it's all because the rest of the squad have jumped right in to help him gain his foot right from the start. As I think about the very real possibility of being forced to shut down, I cannot help but feel extreme disappointment and frustration. I think about all the effort that we have put in to improve the quality of the product and the efficiencies of our process, all while trying to improve our standing in the neighborhood. We have come so far in the last few years, and we have so much potential to continue to get better at what we do. If the thought of that approval today means that we discard all concerns brought up during this process, then you do not understand what it means to be an employee at West Creek Farms. We will never stop doing what we can do to be the best at what we do. West Creek Farms is people like John, who gets so much joy in meeting new customers and making them happy with his deliveries. It's people like Mike, who always are able to get a laugh. It's Manjeet, who can't stop smiling even in the rain. It's Jesse, who knows all of our customers by name. It's Linda and her quips. West Creek Farms is a 60-year-old farmer from Saskatchewan and a 25-year-old soil scientist from India bickering with each other over the best method to rehydrate coconuts. It's Amit, who always gives it his all, even when he doesn't want to. It's Dave and Leona doing the oftentimes thankless job of cleaning up after everyone else is gone. It's our recent university graduate, Shauna, who makes sure everything is up to snuff in the lab. It's Rob, who we are excited to have back after having been gone for a year of maternity leave. West Creek Farms is people like Harm and Colwinder, who have been here for over 20 years. Through all of the changes that have taken place, they remain loyal and steadfast members of the team. West Creek Farms is not some greedy corporation trying to pull a fast one on the community. We are real people who really care for our customers, the environment, our community, and one another. And Raj has said, one of our drivers, it would be really sad to say goodbye. I strongly request that as you make your decision, you remember that this is a family and that a vote yes keeps us together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Brian Minter.
Your Worship, council members, you've got a tough job ahead of you. You've heard so much for and against in terms of neighbors. None of us know all the answers and what is the truth and what are just emotions coming to the surface. All I can say is that I don't live in this community, but I respect this community and work with so many people here. And I've had a long relationship with West Creek Farms in terms of their integrity, what they do for our industry. And I know people, certainly across British Columbia, who depend very much on the product that they produce. And probably the best statement I've heard right now is from Michael Cato, who said, gosh, it would be nice if council could come up with solutions. Things aren't black and white anymore in this world. And anything you can do in terms of being able to look at the issue, it's not a yes or no vote. It's really about, is it possible in a very complex agricultural industry to find something that can continue to work, that has worked for such a long period of time in a new reality of neighbors and things that, and new regulations that are coming about all the time. But the issue is really, how do you find a solution? And I think that's the one thing I would ask council to do. You've been very good about listening to everybody. I watch your faces as you're listening. You're very intent, and you think you're a very good council. But I would just like to say that I really do support West Creek Farms and the wonderful job they do. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker is Dave Van Bell.
Council, thanks for having us all tonight. I think my dad might have been one of the very first customers of John Vanderwall 40 years ago. So my name is David Bell, I live in Abbotsford. I'm the owner of Van Bell Nursery, a second generation nursery. We are a wholesale nursery supplying garden centers and nurseries across North America. I think we hit every province and nearly every state. We supply shrubs, perennials, but also fruit, vegetable plants, edibles. We're based in Abbotsford. We also have a location in Langley. We have hundreds of employees, and many of them are actually Langley based as well. So it's kind of, it hits near and dear to me too. I want to speak in support of West Creek too, because they're a key vital, I'm not sure if we can stress it enough, a key vital support in British Columbia. Langley's own website says that the agriculture viability strategy, they have 4 pillars: a welcoming business environment. It's really, really tough to be in business these days. It's very difficult, all the rules and regulations. And then I really think West Creek does their very, very best to operate honorably and with integrity. And to hear I think, mischaracterizations, I hear a lot of, we don't want to listen to misinformation. I totally agree. It's not a heavy industrial use. So to put up with mischaracterizations, I think you got to deserve a medal, because business is so hard. Can council help find a way to help this business survive? So welcoming business environment, infrastructure and services, secure land base and best practices. Langley's own website wants to encourage agriculture. Abbotsford's the same way. It's vital. We have, it's such an important part of our business too. We are going to be at risk, and it's hard to state it enough. I think they've done everything they possibly can, above and beyond, as some other very eloquent speakers have noted already. And I would encourage the council to not only think about, there's a small pointed number of neighbors. We all want to follow the law, I agree. Also consider all the voters who are affected with employment from this farm, who has been operating successfully for 40 years, probably a lot longer than many neighbors. So they're there first in many cases. How to help a business succeed. So not only do you have hundreds of Langley voters going to be negatively affected directly through employment and so on, but you also have thousands of voters who are going to have higher food prices. It's just simply the fact, because there's only one other supplier. So when you have a monopoly, guess what happens? And it's real, it's vital, it's near and dear to my heart. I get a little bit emotional thinking about it, because I know it's not an easy decision you have to face, but you have to kind of think of the broad good. Up until this point, we're here only on a technicality. They've been operating in good faith for 40 years, legally, paying taxes, doing all these things. It was a 4-4 vote that the council didn't pass it one time because one member abstained on a technicality. These things happen. But I would like to just encourage you all to keep West Creek going. And as someone else noted too, the fish are still thriving. So I know they've got lots of experts testing water and doing things, and they're not negatively affecting the environment. So that issue should be taken off the table, I believe. So anyway, I know there's lots more to say, and there's people who are far more eloquent than I am, but I just want to say thank you for your time.
Just want to make one clarification on your submission. You mentioned the word monopoly. Would you characterize West Creek as a monopoly?
Absolutely not. If they're gone, we will be faced with monopoly. There's only one other soil supplier, and that's the problem. And BC.
So I'm glad I clarified. So
yes, you're right. West Creek is not a monopoly.
Yes.
The downside is we will face a monopoly, and it's very interesting because as Canadians, we kind of get beat up sometimes, with trade and everything else. Well, we outdo Washington State, Alberta. We outdo by a long shot in our agriculture sector. We have more greenhouses here, a vital key source of employment in this economy, way bigger than Washington State. I was just down there last week, much bigger than Alberta. It's a key source of jobs. I mean, the ripple-on effect is just very, very big. And here we have one of 2 viable suppliers in the Lower Mainland. Their competitors not based on an agriculture or industrial land base. They're on Highway 1 by Chilliwack. How are they going to compete? It's impossible. They're going to have to raise prices. We're all going to raise prices. Voters are going to see higher food prices at the store. They just will, because what are you going to do? So.
All right, great. I'm glad I clarified. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Next speaker is Albert Anderson. Albert, it's always good to see you. Please go ahead.
Okay, well, I haven't anything totally prepared. Just like to mention that I've been in Langley all my life, within a mile of West Creek. Got chased off of the creek as Dick got chased out of the pub. And we ended up buying 80 acres, half a mile up the creek from West Creek. We've seen that creek change from one side of the valley behind us to the other. And riparian setbacks and whatnot change every year as the creek changes where it goes. So I don't know who was taking the pictures or when they took them, but there may be some question on that. The other thing I'd like to mention that when we bought our farm in 1971, there was, I think, 4 houses in agricultural land between 88th Avenue and 84th Avenue on 252nd. Now, there's 11 or 12 properties moved into agriculture territory for agricultural ambiance or whatever they want to call it, but they never considered the fact that there's some smells, there's some noises, but there's things we have to put up with too. We have to put up with their dogs running all over through the park. Nobody cleans it up. We have to put up with the horses. Nobody cleans up that when it goes along the road. The bicycles from all these people that have moved in. I think if you try and change what's been going for 40 years, Rob Rint, myself, Gary Sawatsky, we're all going to be in trouble because somebody will decide, oh, we don't want Christmas trees. We don't want turf. If you want to see dust, see a turf farm being worked up and seeded down, that's dust. And if you want to hear a bit of noise, Rob gets up the same time as I do in the morning. That's about 5. And his machines go, when they harvest until it's all gone. So be awful careful what you wish for when you make changes in the environment as far as agriculture is concerned. I'm a strong supporter of good community people. I've seen that property change from mink ranches to potential, it could be a hog farm. There's a lot worse things than we've got. And all the water that runs from those places that gets to West Creek comes loaded with material from some of these other people that have spoke tonight. So until the fisheries department comes up with some solid evidence that there's contamination, maybe that should be just overlooked for a while until there's some facts behind it, not just emotions. Thanks for your time.
All right, thank you. Next last speaker on the speakers list is Hank Roos.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time tonight. I think the way Dave just summed it all up with his passionate comments, not a whole lot else to add, but yeah, my name is Hank Rose and I'm with DeVry Greenhouses, and I'm here today to express my strong support for West Creek Farms. We've partnered with West Creek for over 20 years. They've consistently supplied us soil for our Langley operation on Glover Road year after year. Their reliability and quality are critical to our ability to operate successfully. If West Creek Farm were forced to shut down, it would be highly detrimental to the horticulture industry. It would leave us with a single remaining supplier, effectively creating a monopoly. This would not only drive up costs, but also introduce significant risk to supply. Equally important, one supplier simply does not have the capacity to support the entire industry. The loss of West Creek would create long-term challenges for our operations and many others. We strongly urge you to consider the broader impact this decision will have on local agriculture and the horticulture sector. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I'm going to go back and double check if anyone on the speakers list that chose not to speak, Anajay Kafari wishes to come forward or not.
Good evening. My name is Manisha Khafari. I'm a resident of 2499 and 24990 88th Avenue, across from the farm. I am not going to read my note because I was thinking, as I was listening, everyone, and and I was in here in the last round when we had all the conversation, and it was very interesting. Is the summarizing is that tonight is that I hear people are talking what a wonderful business it is, which I hear everyone, and so wonderful to have such a successful business in our in Langley. And is that no one is speaking about is the business basically go out of the business, and I can see what the important business it is. But it's about is just do we, this neighborhood would be a right place they were functioning, or is that they would be operating? You know, it was very interesting. I was thinking of is my own internal process, is what's the core of the issue here? We are talking about the neighborhood. Is we were last time we speak about is the how this business is a farming. Of course, is the neighborhood farming. I agree with Albert. We have all those quality. My family was a farmer, and I do understand those are the reality of daily life if you're living in a farming area. But it's about is that this is rezoning. Is becoming from a farming become industrial. So when it's industrial, we are opening the door to something which is completely new form of being in a Glen Valley. So is that going to be this rezoning, this business, is that opening up to every neighborhood, everyone in the neighborhood? We are going to be applying for the rezoning to industrial, and we can opening some form of industrial business. This can be manipulated, or is the format to farming, or doing some farming in the side of it. So it's just a matter of, I think, is that one is about not to putting this business out of business, it's just moving it. And the second is about when we are rezoning this specific business, what we are opening up the whole Glen Valley to? Are we really going to rezoning the one neighborhood after another or not? Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to double check with Denise Page. She wished to come forward? No? Okay. So that concludes the speakers list. Is there any other submissions from the public?
A couple that had signed up.
We signed up outside.
Okay, well, please come forward. Right now, this is the speakers list that they provided me with. And we've gone through all the names. So I apologize for that. But if there are any more submissions from the public, please come forward. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilors. I'm Lynn and Gary Sawatsky. We have Dogwood Christmas Tree Farm. We are direct neighbors with the industrial business West Creek. We share a fence line on all three of our properties. Our family has lived next to West Creek for 30 years. We have endured gaseous composting smells permeating our homes. It was so strong one time our builder thought it was a gas leak and evacuated the house, as well as constant and loud industrial plant noises, backup beepers, honking horns, roaring and revving of back and forth machinery, scraping of tractor buckets on pavement, starting as early as 5:30 some mornings. Most concerning is the compost chemical fertilizer blending dust, that we saw pictures of, that billows out of the roof stack into the air all over the valley and our homes. On November 24th, 2002, I phoned Frederick to ask exactly what it is that dust is billowing out of the stack. I see from my kitchen window that my children and I are breathing. 30 years later, to this day, I still do not know. This is both alarming and worrisome for us, our children, and now our grandchildren. What are the government guidelines for these particulates? What are we breathing? Their employees can wear masks. What are the long-term health outcomes for us neighbors? This is why industrial plants like West Creek should not be located by families who have to live next to them every day. So yes, over 30 years of living next to West Creek, we did complain about the dust, odor, and noise to no avail. We are also concerned about flooding and contamination of our drinking water, since we already had our wells contaminated once before. In 2012, Glenval Organics applied to put a compost facility 1 block over from us and West Creek. The original owner of West Creek, John Vanderwall, and Frederick both came to these protest meetings. In fact, John wrote a letter to the township stating his opposition against Glenval, with concerns over the composting smell and recontamination of our wells, some of the very concerns we neighbors have today regarding this rezoning. The township denied Glenval's application in 2012. Seems rural land is not the location for these industrial plants. It wasn't then in 2012, and it isn't today in 2026. So after the Glenville application was denied, Frederick and Harry clearly knew the feelings of the community and the township. Yet they still chose to persist growing their business, skirting the farm zoning regulations. Why didn't they check with Langley? We all knew the zoning regulations when we bought our land. We chose to follow them. West Creek did not. The owners, Frederick and Harry, do not even live here in Langley on West Creek property, in the house that's beside their own industrial plant. We do. They do not have to put up with the incessant industrial noise of machinery, composting smells, and breathing fertilizer dust. We do. Clearly, Frederick and Harry treat West Creek as a business. This is not their home. They come here to work and leave to go to their homes in their clean, quiet neighborhoods. While all us neighbors who do abide by the farm zoning are stuck here beside this industrial operation, we do not get to leave. This is our home. We believe they will be selling in the future. What's to prevent new owners from expanding? More dust, more composting, more noise, longer hours. West Creek is an industrial plant. It is a business. Every other similar business, their competition, is on the correct industrial zoning. This is where West Creek belongs. Why are they so special, asking to be rezoned now? It can't be any clearer. West Creek decided not to follow the zoning. This is a problem of their own making. The West Creek business and land are separate. The land can remain farming, as Langley intended. The business will go on. It is not dependent on this location. None of the actual farmland is used in their production. It can relocate. The owners, Frederick and Harry, have already relocated. They don't even live. Even they don't want to live next to their West Creek industrial plant. We are the victims here, not West Creek. Your voting public put their trust in your community plan and your zoning regulations you set forth. We based our land purchases and long-term plans on this information. This is why we bought and wanted to live here in this farming community. Zoning was put in place to keep this area farmland for a reason and to prevent these clashes from happening. We trusted in Langley's rural zoning. We made our homes here. We understood and abided by all the zoning regulations. West Creek did not. Now we trust the Township of Langley to stand by their zoning regulations as well and not rezone this farmland. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Nathan Gellerin. I reside at 35805 Vi Road in Abbotsford. This is the family farm that I grew up on, and now it is the farm that also me, my wife, and our 5 children are trying to keep on operation. On our farm, I have invested lots of money into a composting facility. I take all the manure I produce on my farm and my livestock, along with dairy manure from a neighbor and chicken manure from a neighbor, and run it through my composting facility. I've been supplying West Creek with compost, finished cured compost, for almost 20 years. This is significant cash flow for my family operation. In making your decision tonight, I ask that you remember this. My family on our farm, we have endured 2 floods. My livestock does not survive the floods. However, the compost does. The continued sales of compost through these events is what helps keep our farm viable. Along with the floods, we've also been through 5 avian flus. This is the same situation. My livestock clearly does not survive avian flu. However, the continued sales of my compost is something that we depend on financially. I've often been asked how I keep going in farming, with having to essentially start over again and again. One component could be that I'm Dutch heritage and making myself stubborn, that I am. But more often, it is the hope that my wife and I share in continuing with family and farming. It's been said a couple times tonight that emotion needs to be removed from a decision. Challenge being with farming is that emotion is a big part of it, as it is a passion. I work more hours than most people with normal jobs. When people say they have a 9 to 5, I have a 5 to 9. So I'm here in support with West Creek, and I ask that you guys take this in consideration. I want to be able to say that the fact is, aside from emotion, that decision tonight here would affect my family's operation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other submissions from the public? Yeah, please come forward, sir. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Council Mayor. My name is Rob Wine. I'm a 5th generation grower. My great-grandpa brought the clematis, a popular vine, to North America. My great-great-grandpa, and my grandpa bred the largest clematis flower known to the world, and continues to breed. And we're breeders, and we're here in Langley. Currently, we're the largest producers of clematis in North America. We have 230 people that work here in Langley right now, full-time. Generations of my family have worked with West Creek. And we also produce veggie starts, and we propagated strawberries, and we do grapes, and so we do food crop stuff, and we do annuals and perennials. But what we're really famous for is clematis. That's what we're known for. And many times American companies have tried to go after our market share and what we do, and they've failed. What we do is very difficult. And part of the reason we're successful, more successful than anybody else in America, is because of precision. And we do very well in what we do. And West Creek is one of those tools that we have. They're very precise. You've heard that there's 2 soil suppliers that service our industry. The other one doesn't work for us. I've tried them many times. My soil mixes are constantly changing all the time, like several times this year. I protect proprietary mixes with them, and I ask them to change it all the time. And they have our history over the 50 years, or 40 years we've been working with them, of every change we made. And I go back to that and I say, oh, I've been going in circles, changing this, and they have great input. Hey, Rob, you changed this 20 years ago and you found this. And so I really rely on them. We rely on them. I think that's my main point, is that they're very important for our business. And the other thing I would say is that they're really good people. They've been so supportive of the industry. They're one of the most supportive. I was the grower chair for the BC Landscape and Nursery Association. I was a director. Linda's a director now. It's not easy donating your time, and they've just been so generous to the whole industry. That's it. So I'm obviously in favor of the zoning amendment and just working with them. I appreciate all of you guys.
Thank you. Any more submissions from the public? Yeah, please come forward. So please come forward, and then we'll go to you, ma'am. Go ahead.
My name is Leanne Johnson, and tonight I represent, or I'm wearing 2 hats. One, I'm the president and CEO of Gardenworks. It's a retail garden center company, the largest in British Columbia. We have 450 employees. And guess what? We buy clematis from Rob, perennials from Brad, Greg and Paula, we love their product, Mike Cato, Van Bels, DeVry. My point of the honor of speaking with you tonight is if I can just make the smallest of difference in your thoughts in making this really important decision, is that the impact of closing down West Creek will be immense. Hundreds of garden centers, growers will all be impacted. We've talked a little bit about that there's really only two main suppliers of the growing media. That's when we're talking about in Canada, in this area. If the competitor for West Creek is not able to meet that demand, there's tremendous risk for all these growers and garden centers because we're linked. And if by chance the demand is not met by the other provider of soil, we will have to go to the US. And part of my discussion tonight is the other hat I'm wearing is I am a director for our national organization, the Canadian Nursery and Landscape Association. I want to impress upon you just how important the ornamental agricultural horticulture segment is. We represent $14.9 billion of contribution to Canada's GDP. And I think it was mentioned earlier, BC is an important part of the Canadian agricultural segment. We contribute about 23 to 25% of that. So it's a lot of jobs. It's across Canada, 225,000 jobs growing plants in this industry. And the point that I'd like to make that others haven't made yet is that, you know, we've heard about all the concerns of the neighbors, and they are valid concerns. And what I've seen from West Creek is they share concerns, that they're taking steps, really trying to mitigate, that they're respectful of the neighbors in that they're definitely actions speaking louder than words. They're taking action and taking steps to address their neighbors' concerns because they, in fact, do care. They've cared for 40 years, caring for their business, and as we've heard, caring about their employees and their communities. And I couldn't support West Creek Farms more than I do because they support our growers. And as a retail garden center, where my mission in life is to cultivate joy in gardens and communities, without West Creek, I don't have growers. And without growers, I don't have products to sell in my garden centers. So I support West Creek's you know what I'm saying. Application. Thank you. And thank you for your time. And I do respect such a difficult and important decision that impacts so very many people and so many businesses. Thank you for your time.
Do you want to come forward, ma'am? You're next. Yeah, come forward. Then I'll go to the gentleman in front of you. Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Woodward and members of the council. And some of the things I have to say you've heard before, but I think there's a few new points as well. My name is Corinne Roger Beresford, and I am a professional agrologist. I'm also the executive director of the BC Landscape and Nursery Association. I actually live in Harrison Hot Springs, but our association does represent growers, nursery producers, landscape professionals, garden centers, and industry suppliers in Langley and across BC. We have about 400 members. So I'm here this evening to clearly state that BC NA supports the bylaw amendment application before you. West Creek Farms is not an industrial use in an agricultural area. It is a specialized agricultural operation that serves the agriculture sector. The facility, as you've heard, produces approximately 50% of BC's soilless growing media. We talked about how modern greenhouse and nursery production depends on this precisely engineered growing media. We've also said there's only 2 operations with the scale, expertise, and risk management capacity to produce growing media at this level. We've already talked about if it were to close, supply would not simply shift. It would concentrate risk into a single provider, increasing the vulnerability across BC's nurseries and food production systems. It would affect virtually all nurseries in BC. This matters economically. Statistics Canada estimates that BC's nursery floriculture and greenhouse sectors had $833 million worth of sales in 2024. And that doesn't include like vegetable bedding plants or the broader economic spin-offs. Locally in Langley, West Creek Farm supplies businesses generating over $103 million in annual sales, employing about 1,500 people during their peak season. Losing this facility would create immediate supply chain disruption with real consequences for production and employment here and across the Lower Mainland. You've heard about that too. I think it's also important to recognize that West Creek Farms has been operating for nearly 40 years without a single complaint brought forward to the Farm Industry Review Board. That is the body that's responsible for adjudicating farm practices in the province. At the same time, the company has made meaningful investments to mitigate neighbors' concerns raised at the last 2 hearings, including dust control with a hydrofiber machine and capping their stack, for example. The Agricultural Land Commission has already determined that this facility provides an essential service to agriculture, and I don't think we should minimize that. The Agricultural Land Commission is responsible for the agriculture viability in BC. They have deemed that this operation is essential to agriculture in BC and fulfills the alignment with the Ag Land Reserve. In other cases, with the Ag Land Commission's decision, a municipality can't turn it over when it's an argument of a farm use. And this is a little bit of a window that's enabled some consideration beyond what the Ag Land Commission has already deemed as an essential service and worthy of operating on agricultural land reserve. So aligning that, your decision with that would help align with the governance in the province. It would also align this council with the previous council support in the ALC application for non-farm use on ALR land and the Township of Langley Agriculture Viability Strategy. It's important to note, I think, for some of the people here that this amendment does not change the agricultural zoning. The property remains in the ALR. It would provide a clear and appropriate framework for an essential agricultural support service to continue operating. It explicitly excludes composting, green waste, and manure, which reduces neighbor odor concerns. So your decision today affects not only West Creek Farms and their clients, but also the entire greenhouse nursery industry in BC. So approving this application is a vote for agriculture in Langley and BC, and we ask that you consider approving this bylaw amendment.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
You referred to West Creek as a specialized agricultural operation.
Correct.
What is that, if not a farm?
That's, well, this is what we,
What is a
the other previous,
specialized
there,
agriculture operation?
yes, because they work with soil medium mixing, as was discussed by a previous presenter. That is an agricultural product. The sale is an agricultural product.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mike Innes, speaking for the Glen Valley Watershed Society. And I don't have a great deal to add that I haven't said at previous hearings, but let me just read in what I wrote to you folks. Honorable Mayor Woodward and Council, the Glen Valley Watershed Society strongly opposes this rezoning proposal. This has been our consistent and principled position over the past several years, and as substantially this same proposal has been brought before council repeatedly. We have made plain our reasons for this opposition, detailing them to council at previous public hearings. We refer you to those earlier spoken word remarks for fuller explanation. We deeply sympathize with the concerns of the neighbors who already have been suffering the ill effects of this industrial site, which seeks to make itself legitimate by the rezoning, and who justifiably fear there is worse to come. We maintain that these concerns ought to be enough by themselves to deny the rezoning. There are broader and deeper reasons for which the proposal ought to be denied, though. These include environmental concerns, as are especially relevant to the GVWS. Allowing such an operation on the floodplain of a major river, which is with a well-known history of flooding, and in an area not even protected by dikes, would be reckless. Allowing such an operation directly beside West Creek would likewise be reckless, whereas West Creek is a designated sensitive stream and is habitat to numerous species of salmonid, salmon and trout, some of them classified as endangered, besides other wildlife. Socially, it would be an atrocious example to let this operation carry on at this site, after years of benefiting from doing so improperly. Doing so undermines public trust in government and unjustly favors a particular business over its competitors. Sincerely, and then I sign off. Just a couple off-the-cuff remarks, speaking now strictly for myself. I'm a bit disturbed by the non sequitur case that's being made by the proponents. It does not follow from the fact that they make a good product that they must be allowed to carry on at this site. If they're so all far important, they'll find another site. And they've spent years mucking about and not getting down to that, instead of, rather than dragging their feet and attempting to carry on where they never should have been. And they become now so embedded in the agricultural community, and all our customers are out here saying, well, we want them to carry on where they are. They don't want disruptions. That's understandable. I personally know some of the people who have spoken in favor here. I know they're good folk. I'm sympathetic to them as I am sympathetic to the neighbors. But this is a situation that never should have arose or been allowed to arise. It comes down to the actions over the 40 years of West Creek's operation, where they've been operating where they never should have been. And this eventually came to light. And the problem arose, and they're not getting on with moving, which is what they should have done, in my opinion. Now, I don't want to see the growers and all suffer, but this is business. it is the rightful role of government not to interfere with markets. My last go around with this, I riffed on Adam Smith a bit about that. There's always the temptation to carry on and support the vested interests. I don't want to, carry this comparison too far, but these are the exact same sorts of arguments that were made about the abolition of slavery. Oh, it's just like this. We can't do it. But they did, ultimately. The British shut it down peacefully, in a peaceful and orderly way. The Americans, not so much, but they also did abolish it. And they abolished it because it was wrong. And it is wrong, in my opinion. It's simply ethically wrong to allow West Creek Farms to carry on at this improper site. And I can't see any two ways about that, and I can't see any other ethical permission or a conclusion for you to come to than to deny this rezoning. Thank you very much.
Are there any other submissions from the public? Please come forward, sir. Yeah. No, Barry hasn't spoken yet. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name's Barry, but I'm actually delivering a letter for a friend who lives across the creek, and she boards her horse at my place. I had told her about what was going on and asked her, do you want to sign up to our list as an opposer to this? And she says, what is it? So I had to explain across the creek. Oh, that, yeah, of course, I object. So she's on the list of 72 names that have been submitted. I didn't tell her to submit a letter, but she gave it to me on Saturday morning. So I said, oh, that's great, thank you. I don't know if it's part of the record. I said, I think you might be too late, but.
The public hearing's still open, so if you provide that.
Okay, yeah, no, so I said, she asked, can you read it for me? So I will read her letter. It's kind of a little lighter than some of the stuff that's been going on. She's kind of the innocent bystander. She's not a property owner. She's not on this side or that side. She just lives there. So, dear Mayor and Council, I live in Glen Valley. I'm against the proposed rezoning of agricultural lands to permit the West Creek industrial operation. I don't think that it's right to approve of this kind of business in my neighborhood. I live nearby and have for years had to put up with the noise and dust. One of the biggest reasons to move to this area was the peaceful nature of it and a nice environment to enjoy recreational activities such as horseback riding. She's a farrier, fairly horse-centric. With the persistent beeping and clanging from the factory, it has become increasingly difficult to do so. Not only can it affect the horses, but it negatively impacts my ability to enjoy living in the area. I have warned people against moving to the area due to the constant noise. This is not a known obstacle of the area, such as trains, but it is a private, in my opinion, inappropriate business that is negatively impacting the neighborhood. The industrial strength lights are also a concern. Not only are they annoying to see lights blazing all night long, but they can actually impact the circadian rhythm and health of the animals. They can be seen for long distances and are unsightly. They have absolutely no right operating on agricultural land in an industrial way. The fact that rezoning is even an idea, instead of them being required to vacate for improperly operating industrial on agricultural lands, is absurd. This is industrial zoned land. There is industrial zoned land vacant elsewhere for them to relocate to, instead of unjustly rewarding their improper actions on agricultural land. They should never have been allowed to commence industrial operations there in the first place. Enough is enough. That's Caitlin. Enough is enough. They should be required to vacate the agricultural property and move to an industrial location. Regards, Caitlin Ottens. That's Caitlin. I have my own speech. I'm happy to wait.
Can you provide that letter to the clerk?
Yep.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Yeah. Right there, just Mr. Richardson right there. Yep. Great, that'll be provided to all council, so go ahead.
I go with
Yep, go ahead, yeah.
I have I need some help on the technical side. So there's a PowerPoint thing up there.
Which one is it?
Barry Gilbert, right at the bottom. Yep. And so how do I make it go? Like,
You can click on these arrows at the bottom. That probably is the easiest.
okay, so which button do I click?
Just
The big round one? Okay. Okay. My name is Barry Gilbert. I live directly across the creek from West Creek. So the impacts that West Creek inflicts on my family and my neighbors are undeniable. Suffice to say that you wouldn't want to live anywhere near their operation, neither would the owners. They don't. When we bought our homes, we bought into the rural designation and the farming zoning of the community, green and peaceful. The thought that West Creek Farms could be granted the right to continue in this location and that we would have to endure their impacts forever is really hard to take. These are our homes. We don't feel that one property owner should be granted the right to erode the quality of life for all of us, all others. So why are we here? How did we get here? It's self-induced. The West Creek Farms has induced the issue that we're all talking about today. Years ago, they decided they were going to operate an industrial operation on non-industrial lands. And then they reaffirmed that choice year after year after year. They could have come forward, they could have fixed things or tried to fix things years ago. They didn't. They simply continued to operate. And then for years, it worked great. Like I moved to my place 32 years ago. Other than the unsightly kind of, look of their site, they were small, they're kind of unnoticeable, they were quiet. And then they reaped the financial benefits of that agricultural land that they're sitting on. And then they snuck up on us. Their operation began to evolve. They got bigger, busier, more intensive, noisier. They became that annoying neighbor. Back in 2016, I think, BC Assessment finally and correctly classified them as industrial. No rule changes, they just got caught. Always industrial, always on rural land. Some 10 years later, they came forward to attempt this rezoning. They need this zoning in order to add significant value to their lands and to facilitate the sale of their land and business. Without this zoning, they can't. They can move, but they can't do it in this location. Once they get, or if they got a rezoning, they can sell that site together with the ALC non-farm use permit. They can sell it to anybody at any time. They don't need to go back to you. They don't need to go back to the ALC. They can sell it to anybody. The neighborhood, we get to deal with that. Here it goes. So the zoning, the meat of the issues. There's a lot of emotions clearly, but the meat of the issue is this is a land use decision that you're all facing. It's not who has the biggest audience, who has, I try to step away from the emotion of living next to these guys. It's a land use decision. So the zoning map shows the picture. 100% rural, 100%. The site, and it's kind of like a kindergarten drawing up there, but their site is that little blue squiggle. They're on the floodplain, on the RU5 floodplain. The zoning is meant, the zoning bylaw is meant to group compatible uses together and to make sure that incompatible uses don't kind of collide with those other uses. The goal is to prevent conflict. No land planner would say that that little blue squiggle in the middle of all of this rurally zoned land, no land use planner would say that that's an acceptable decision to put that in the middle of that community. Bad planning, guaranteed long-term conflict. Here's kind of, and Malcolm did steal some of my slides, so you've seen, oops, I don't know how to go back. Okay, on the previous slide, she'll rescue me, but on the previous slide, it showed a slide that you've already seen. It's an aerial view of West Creek with a 400-meter circumference. In that 400 meters, there's 26 single-family homes. I'm about as far away to the edge as you can get. I'm about 400 meters, and I hear it day and night. The next slide is their major competitor, the ones that you've heard about, Sumas. They're about 3 times the size of West Creek, so I'm not sure about this capacity thing. They're 3 times the size of West Creek. Sorry, I should have gone back. On the one that showed 400 meters that you saw, there's 25 houses. If I just blip it out so that it's the same 800-meter circumference as this one, there's 47 single-family homes that are within the impact shadow of West Creek Farms. This operation, exactly the same kind of operation, they produce the same kind of fake soil. They have 0 homes within that same 800-meter circumference. West Creek Farms, great business. We've heard it all night long. We've always agreed with that. But they're in the wrong location. So why don't they just move? Why don't they just move? I'll tell you why. Because if they get this rezoning, and my background is real estate, if they get this rezoning, they will add, and I can go through the math, but I won't, they will add about $6 to $8 million of land value to what they already sit on. They sit on about a $4 million piece of land today. If this is rezoned to the industrial that they're seeking for the 10 acres, it will easily be worth $10, $12 million, easily. So that's why they want everybody, including their growers. We can't move. If we don't get the rezoning, we're going to be shut down. I say you haven't even tried, and they're never going to try so long as that $6 million lump of gold is waiting for them if they get this rezoning. Until they know that they can't get the rezoning on their current site, they're not going to try. They're going to tell everybody it's either here or we're just going to have to go to business, I suppose.
Mr. Gilbert, you're at 5 minutes. You can always come back and speak a second time, but are you close to wrapping up?
I'm probably about 2 minutes.
Go ahead.
Okay. So a case in point, and I'll be quick. Case in point, council, when this was denied in 2024, council acted quite generously, and they gave them, I don't know what the time was, a year to execute a smooth transition to a new site. They didn't look for real estate. They looked for a law team to come and do the judicial route. And that's why we're here today there is no conclusion. They don't have another site. Unfair to council, unfair to the neighbors to say that we're trying to put them out of business. They've been given so many chances to work to find a new place, but they simply haven't taken them. I'm just going to conclude now. If this rezoning were to pass, Glen Valley residents would be devastated. Our quality of life would be compromised. It's not the community that we bought into. We're not asking for much. We're simply asking that you maintain the long-standing area zoning bylaw that we've all adhered to and relied upon, and in doing so, maintain the rural character of our neighborhood. We are families who want nothing more than to simply be able to live in our homes without having the impacts of an industrial user being imposed on us. There's no valid reason to rezone this property. Reward one property owner that scorned the rules for years, the one property owner that conflicts with all of its neighbors, all at our expense. We respectfully ask council to decisively reject this rezoning and allow Glen Valley to return to the cohesive rural community that it's always intended to be. Thank you, and sorry for going over.
Thank you. Any other submissions from the public? First, we're still on first-time speakers, Ms. Parent, so we'll come back to you. No, I'll make a note. Thank you. As I've said many times, always Councillor Davis to me. I had to sit next to this individual for a couple of years last term, and I got to smell some farming, I'll let you tell you. Go ahead, Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much. I
Once in a while you would show up with the farm
I was
boots
so
on.
focused on this, I didn't hear a damn thing you said. Sorry. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. There's an awful lot of very, very good speakers, even the two, the dairy farmer and the veterinarian from Glen Valley. They were very interesting to listen to. My name is David Davis, and I'm a dairy farmer, and I live and work at 21782 76B Avenue, just off 216th. I am here this evening to show my support for West Creek Farms. But I am also here tonight because I am fearful. Fearful because of urban-rural conflict. You see, my family has farmed our land for well over 130 years, and we are located 66 feet from the new upcoming William neighborhood, which I voted for when I sat in that seat, Barb. I didn't vote to have it doubled, but okay, I'm being cheeky, I'm sorry. So my fear comes from the fact that I see our dairy in West Creek Farms. I see that I, along with West Creek Farms, are on ALR land. And we should be protected by the rules and regulations set out by ALC under the right to farm. But will I face conflict and have roadblocks continually put up because of my neighbors and tell me to leave? Go somewhere else? Who don't understand farming practices and see our dairy as a nuisance to the community. The mandate of the Agricultural Land Commission is clear. It is to preserve agriculture. It is to encourage farming within the ALR. It is to deal with local governments and First Nations to accommodate farm uses. It prioritizes protecting the size, the integrity, and the continuation of agricultural land reserve base. But I always get this muddled up. The land reserve cannot do its job alone. It cannot continue to receive pushback from local government. We need a council that supports agriculture. I want to be clear, I'm not just standing here tonight supporting people who buy farmland and think they can do any damn thing they want with it. I'm supporting farmers that follow all the rules and regulations set forth by the ALC and the provincial government, thus minimizing the urban-rural conflict. In my opinion, council needs to support these farmers. West Creek Farms have been in operation in our township, and you've all heard this probably 50 times tonight, for over 40 years. Their farm has a direct connection to agriculture and food production through their growing media. For those that don't know growing media, it is that little stuff found in pots as well as in greenhouses where our tomatoes, cucumbers, and flowers are grown. West Creek supplies their medium to many local nurseries, greenhouses, and we've heard it all sorts. It also colleges and university horticultural programs right here in our township and beyond. I have read and heard the concerns of neighboring communities and people that surround West Creek. I am sympathetic to them, but West Creek has a right to farm under the Right to Farm Act. And since 2015, the owner of West Creek have worked within compliance of the ALC, the Ministry of Environment, DFO, and the Township of Langley. To put it in layman's terms, West Creek has jumped through all the hoops, followed by and continues to follow all the rules and regulations put forth by the Land Commission to operate their farm on ALR land. West Creek Farms is a much needed agricultural support business. And just to clarify, oh, I'm out of time. Holy, okay, I'm sorry, I won't clarify that. Well, a support business, if I can just, you asked that question 2 or 3 times ago. And what a support ag business does is to provide essential services, technical experience, quality and consistent materials to enhance producers' productivity and to ensure their long-term sustainability as a farm. Ag support businesses offer services such as soil testing, crop spraying, livestock breeding, farm planning, and technology adoption. I know that on our dairy farm, we could not do the job we do every day without ag support businesses. Call it productivity, sustainability, quality of product, call it whatever you want, but farmers and growers need ag support businesses, and we need them to stay in our community. West Creek is that, an ag support business, and without them, many nurseries and greenhouses would have, they have a steady, consistent, and quality supply of growing media to grow on their food. West Creek is an integral part of our agriculture food chain. In conclusion, thank you for taking the time to listen to everyone this evening. And I conclude, I'd just like you to remember 4 things. West Creek Farm is on ALR land. Number 2, West Creek Farm is running a direct agricultural support business and have been for over 40 years. Number 3, West Creek Farms has followed the rules and regulations set by the ALC. And finally, West Creek is an integral part of our food chain and should be encouraged to continue to operate in our townships, in our township. Thank you very much.
Any other submissions from the public? We're still on first-time speakers, Ms. Perrin. I've got you noted down. I will not forget you. Ted Lightfoot, go ahead.
Hello. Yes, my name is Ted Lightfoot. I'm a longtime resident of Langley. I grew up on a farm, so I understand farming and soil, and same as David Davis. You know, we worked together on the farms. He baled our hay and everything else. But anyway, maybe a solution, because the West Creek Farms does not really require soil. Like, there's no soil that comes off that parcel of land. It's all on concrete, the whole thing. Why couldn't it be moved to someplace like our airport, where it's on a tarmac? You know, there's no soil that's being used from below. It's all brought in, mixed, and sent out. And, you know, the airport would be a wonderful place for it. There's probably even maybe part of a runway or something could be used to mix this stuff up on, or it could be put over towards a corner. I mean, there's lots of agricultural products happening down there. It would get it out of Fort Langley, no trucks coming through Fort Langley, and it doesn't take up a lot of space, and there's lots of land at the airport to do this. So I would suggest that the operation, a solution, I haven't heard anybody come up here and give any real solutions that how to fix all this problem, because I think the importance of having this process in our municipality is almost critical, right? But it shouldn't be where it is. So this would be an opportunity to move it onto a site, and it might be even better in Langley than in Fort Langley with the trucks that are going through the thing and so on. So anyway, it's a thought. You know, maybe is it possible to put it on the airport?
It's an interesting suggestion. We have your submission, and I would suggest that at the moment we're receiving the information. The
Yes.
process is
Okay.
very restrictive.
Yeah.
So we'll receive your submission.
Yeah, I understand you can't answer that question anyway.
Clarification
So
points, but I
anyway,
believe
we'll just
council-
put it out there
Yeah.
as a
Certainly made note of it.
possibility, as a solution. Okay, thank you very much.
Any other submissions from the public? First-time speakers, please come forward.
Sorry, that's a great suggestion to put it on more concrete. I believe that West Creek Farms is following all ALC recommendations after years of working with them.
Just
Which
wanna,
also,
if you
oh,
could
sorry.
just provide your name
Okay,
and general
sorry.
neighborhood for the record, please.
All right.
Yeah.
My name is Michelle McEachern, and I'm from Chilliwack. A very long way from this issue, but also going through the same issues, so I completely understand. I am with Denbo Transport, a soil and mulch provider and producer in Chilliwack. And we are working with the ALC just as West Creek Farms is. We are different and the same. So our customer base is less, I would say, fancy as West Creek. They are important, more important probably for the grower, for horticulture, plants, than we are. And so that's why I am speaking in favor of them, even though we produce similar but different products. Without them, they're one of the major producers, and they have been in the Fraser Valley and Glen Valley for several years, over 40. And so I want to speak to on their behalf, because we also are following the same path to being regimented, to making sure our neighbors are cared for and our industry is as well. Very important. And we're also trying to serve our agricultural and horticultural community because we are carbon-minded businesses. And while I've heard the noise of dust, smell, and noise, man, have you ever been on a farm in their growing season when they are producing or actually preparing to produce? Have you seen the dust that comes off their land? Have you heard the tractors in urban and current agricultural? There's a lot of noise year-round, or sorry, not year-round, seasonal round, but all through the night. Now, both businesses, and specifically West Creek, has been battling this in their community for a very long time. And the ALC has held them accountable to so many things such as dust control, noise control, and smell control. They moved to a concrete base where we've heard, hey, let's just move them to the airport. Okay, amazing, good. But they've already worked towards that with the ALC recommendations. And smell, my goodness, I live beside my soil producing company and I love the smell. We have people coming by all the time. Wow, it smells nice. Why? Because we're working with wood-based starts and then some additives. But West Creek is different because they're working indoors with all the additives. Their outdoor smells are not even anything beyond a beautiful smell of wood from the mulch that goes into their blends. And they have other blends and important things that are critical to their business, different from Denbo. And the dust cloud, again, they're working indoors. I've been there. I've visited on multiple occasions through different seasons. I've not seen that. And not saying it doesn't happen, but is that dust or is that the off steam? Just saying. I live beside our business. I see the steam and I say, smell of soil composting, soil production for agricultural community. And that is important for both of our businesses. And they're more important, I'm not gonna lie, I love our business, but they serve like our food production, like more than anything in the valley. And you say, oh, let's move them on to industrial land. Do you know what that would cost them? They'd be out of business before they even started. So that's not a good selling feature, to move them to a place where they'll be taxed heavily. And that money will be passed on to us as consumers of food. And so I'm just saying, I'd like you to consider them as an important, integral provider of soils for our food production, our economy. Again, they're supporting employees, which is very important, and our carbon footprint on this earth. We can move them out of the valley, and here we are in Chilliwack needing more food production. And while it's a little too expensive because we got to pay a premium for soils that we can't afford. So that's my speech. Thank you very much.
It's from the public. First time speakers. Any other submissions from the public, first time speakers? For a third time, any more first time speakers? Any more submissions? Nope, second time speakers, we'll go to Ms. Perrin. Would you like to speak a second time? Did you want to speak a second time as well? Okay, Ms. Perrin, go ahead.
Thank you, Council. There's been mention of the ALC's decision this evening. Quite a few people mentioned it. So the decision was for non-farm use, which completely eliminates the right to farm if you're having a non-farm use. 2 paragraphs, I believe that West Creek Farms is in breach of 2 paragraphs in the decision, or 2 clauses. One of them calls for 50% of what they produce to come from the land, the property. 50%, at least 50%. As I said in my previous presentation, 0% comes from that land. In addition, Clause 14 says that the decision of the ALC does not excuse West Creek Farms from any other laws or regulations. And they are in non-compliance of a number of them. In fact, they haven't even applied. They haven't applied for under the Water Sustainability Act, and their own Melanchuk report says that they're in breach of the riparian zone. Farming is allowed 15 meters. They're not even complying with that. And Council, I sent you something a little while ago about the impact of peat and wood on fish. There's a recent study done in Oregon regarding Chinook salmon, and peat and wood they have polyaromatic hydrocarbons, which are toxic to salmon. So this operation uses those products. And I just want to also, I don't know why they have not applied for the water sustainability Section 11 permit. I don't know whether it's impossible for them to, whether they would not be able to even obtain it. As well, is it at all possible for them to be, have 30-meter setbacks on this particular piece of property that they want to continue processing on? Is it possible for West Creek Farms to obey the laws? Or are they just going to simply keep on ignoring them?
Thank you. Ms. Ahlgren, did you wish to speak a second time? Okay, go ahead.
Mayor and Council, I just wanted to go over a couple of things. So we've heard from several speakers that rejecting this rezoning would create a monopoly for another competitor.
Yeah, so I think, we're trying to provide a wide latitude, but we're receiving submissions on the bylaws.
Yeah.
Not to be debating other people's submissions. So definitely let that go a little far with the airport commentary, but if we could keep the submission to the bylaws.
Yeah. I want to bring this discussion back to the technical record that will form the basis of your reasoned decision. Under the Local Government Act, Council's mandate is to regulate land use, not market competition. Council does not and cannot grant rezoning to M-3 heavy industrial simply to influence market share or prevent a monopoly. Land use is not a business subsidy. It is not Council's role to grant a rezoning as a business subsidy to ensure supply chain of a private retailer. There are numerous appropriately zoned industrial lands within the township where West Creek Farms could relocate and thrive. Protecting the integrity of the ALR is the most important thing. A good product does not entitle corporation to externalize its infrastructure costs onto the township taxpayers. Finally, I must remind Council that your decision must be traceable to the record. A decision based on preventing a monopoly or supporting a product is not reasoned land use decision. Thank you.
Are there any other submissions from the public? Second-time speakers, please come forward, sir.
Okay. The thing is, the elephant in the room is, you could find the perfect one for them, even half the price or whatever. They don't want that, it sounds like, because they're going to, if they get it rezoned, the value is going to go up. That's why they haven't probably looked for it. You have to force them to actually look for some land that is, you know, compatible. If you wanted to pick the worst one for position, is that area. You got the Salmon Creek, let's ignore that. You've got the neighbors around, let's ignore that. You know, there's so many different things. How do I put it? That if you wanted to pick the worst scenario, you want around Langley, that would be the place to have this type of, and it is an industrial. Even the, as I said, the assessment, BC assessment, has said it was industrial. Let's not, it's industrial. You're talking about millions of dollars here, millions of dollars there. Well, if this is so important to them, if the business itself is so important to them, find another place. It's not going to be that difficult. We have to motivate them to find another place. This place is not the place to, you know, to have it. And they're talking about, you know, important for, you know, for agricultural. Okay, I'll start up a tractor, big giant tractor assembly. That's important. It's the same argument. You know, this argument there, if it's so important, it's a family, you had people come up there and how important are the jobs, find another place. Here's the other thing. Right now we're talking about this, the smells here. If it goes into the industrial, it can go 10 times more. We have no, you know, barrier after you give it to them. They can, there's the other thing, yes, they're virtually retirement age. They can sell it to a conglomerate. Then it can be 20 times more. And one of the worst spots that you could ever have in this type of production. You have this example, just, I don't want to go too much, but you got the cement. Now on a normal farm, you have the rain come down, it soaks in. You have the cement, what stops all that water, sorry, all that soil with the water going into the creek? There's so much of that. That's all. Just, we have to force them to actually maybe solve their own problem that they you know, the self-inflicted wound they did themselves. The neighbors, it wasn't them that did the self-inflicted wound. They freely did this decision. Now, there's no motivation for them to get a new place, as I said, because if you do it, their value will go up. So what motivates them to find a new place that is more, you know, much more compatible for what they're doing? Thank you very much.
Any more submissions from the public? So, time speakers, yeah, go ahead.
Hi, I'll just be really brief. I just want to speak a little bit to the component around the industrial lands and relocating to a different location. And I think some of you on council know kind of me from specifically related to the Fraser Highway Employment Lands Plan. And, you know, one of the things that I did want to highlight is the fact that I think there's a lot of conversation being held of move, why don't they just move? Well, you know, that has been looked at by West Creek. And, you know, in the report that you guys do have, there is a section in there where they did relook at different industrial locations within the township of Langley. And when they did that overview, there were a number of properties that were located that were substantial in price, anywhere from 21, 25 million, and some of you may be aware of them even on Fraser Highway. And that is an astronomical cost. Additionally, West Creek also did do an additional report with McTavish, which is quite a reputable environmental agency that has been on numerous major projects within BC, and even they agreed to the fact that if they were to relocate, the cost would be astronomical and be to a point that it would be almost unfeasible for them to continue their business. So I did just want to highlight and clarify that point as well, and that's it. Thank you.
Any other submissions from the public, second time speakers? Yep, come ahead.
Barry Gilbert again, I'll be really brief. I think the last time I was looking at that 5-minute clock and I left half my speech on the paper. So the point that I missed was in 2024, when the rezoning was rejected, council deemed it the right thing to do to give West Creek Farm something like a year to figure out how to move. They didn't. They chose the judicial route. During that time, I don't think I said this, did I? An offer came across my desk, an industrial property on 264th, that I looked at and I went, the birds started to sing. I went, that is like the perfect property for West Creek Farms. It was maybe a little on the small side. It was 5.5 acres, but there was another 5 acres adjoining it that was not on the market, but the broker said it's available. If they need, 10 acres, they can have 10 acres. So I sent it over to West Creek Farms and got zero response, no surprise. So then I explained to the broker the situation that, maybe they're not going to respond to me because of who I am. So I said, why don't you explain it to them? And, to me, it made a lot of sense. And there's a little bit of details to this, but it was tailor-made for them because of the circumstances. So he got back to me and he said, no, they're not interested. So that parcel, 5.5 acres, sold for, we hear these, it's going to cost 20 million, it's going to cost 25 million, it's unaffordable, we can't do it. That was $4.1 million. That's probably exactly what their current site is worth. So if they had been proactive, they could have optioned that site, made sure some of the issues, it needed a rezone, but it was in Township of Langley's OCP. It was in the OCP as a designated industrial area. It was tailor-made, 4.1 million. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Any other submissions from the public? Second time speakers? For second time, any more submissions from the public? Second time speakers? For third and final time, any more submissions from the public on item B3? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public portion of the public hearing. Does the proponent wish to make a presentation tonight? We do? So we've been at it for 3 hours. Why don't I give a couple members of council 5 minutes, and we'll return here for the proponent's presentation at 10:15. Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir. Okay, go ahead.
Mayor Woodward, members of council. My name is Harry Bowman, and I'm one of the owners with my wife Rena of West Creek Farms. West Creek Farms is a family-owned company. It has operated on the same property within the ALR for 40 years. We are one of 2 suppliers of growing media to the greenhouse nursery industry. We were identified as an essential service during the pandemic and called an essential service by the ALC. We are ALC approved. We employ 16 to 20 full-time casual and full-time people. Our purpose is to provide our customers with a quality product, provide a positive work environment for our employees, and be good stewards to our environment. As we do that, we strive to be good neighbors and work to address any issues of concerns. What are we asking for? Our request with this application is to add a permitted use clause to the current agriculture zoning. The zoning would remain agricultural, it would not be industrial. The proposed amendment would support continuing operation as permitted farm-related use within the current zoning. The zoning specifically states there would be no on-site composting, and the footprint is limited to the existing size. So, why are we here today? The BC Assessment Authority classified us as a farm for 30 years. And then in 2015, we were reclassified as miscellaneous food processing, not industrial. After consultation with experts, we applied to the ALC for an amendment to our agriculture zoning. The Township Council at the time unanimously supported the application to go to the ALC. The ALC subsequently approved the application in short order. The township staff, to the whole process, has recommended council approve our application. After 2 public hearings, the council defeated the application with a 4-4 tie vote. We applied for a judicial review, and the recommendation was made to send the matter back for another public hearing, for which we are here tonight. Over the years, we have invited neighbors, local farmers, members of the Township Council, customers to visit our site. Many came for site tours so that they could see our operation firsthand. The concern expressed by neighbors are almost the same as those expressed by neighbors of farms across the Lower Mainland, and as reported by the BC Ministry of Agriculture. We have taken each concern and have done work over the last 2 years to mitigate the impact of each one. The spent mushroom substrate is the main odor generating product. Before 2025, we purchased spent mushroom directly from growers and stored it in large piles. We now purchase it from a distributor who sources the material from the grower, screens, heats, and processes it over a 10-week period on his property. We only store about 1 or 2 truckloads of the product in a covered bin on our property. This product is used regularly, thereby decreasing odor. Dust. The emission from the stack were assessed in an accredited lab in Ontario. The results were within World Health Organization guidelines. However, out of an abundance of caution, we capped the stack and installed a cyclone dust collection system. Dust, and now we have that famous picture on the left-hand side, which was taken about 2 or 3 years ago before we installed our new equipment. Before, we used to process hydrofiber, which is a peat replacement product, on an outside pad, generating dust. Starting in 2025, we now use a specialty machine in a covered building to reconstitute this hydrofiber. This removed a main source of the dust clouds viewed at the last public hearing. In addition, during the dry periods, we also engaged a water sweeper truck to minimize the dust. Traffic. There was concern about increased traffic. An assessment of the traffic conducted in 2023 indicated that we comprise about 1% of the traffic in Fort Langley, Glen Valley area. A review we did of our loads delivered over 2024-25 indicated that the number of loads has been consistent since then and not increased. We have a healthy tree barrier all around the property, which the Ministry of Agriculture indicates it further mitigates noise, dust, and smell. The issue was raised what happens in case of a major flood. We mainly use inert materials. Lime and dolomite lime are stored in silos on the property. Fertilizer is stored on pallets wrapped in plastic. All other materials are stored in bunkers. We have no pesticides on site. The fire superintendent inspected our site, and all products are stored safely. Over the last 40 years, the water level has not reached the edge of the bank, much less the barn. This includes the 2 atmospheric rivers in 2021 and the recent one in 2025. West Creek property does not flood. In the spring, with the spring freshet, we have water seepage coming up from the groundwater on the front part of the property. And the back part of where we operate has never, ever flooded. In the event of a 1948-like flood, we will move any product we have to the second floor. Material cannot escape as the barn doors are locked every night, so they can't float away. Concrete barriers will be moved in front of bulk bunkers. I will now turn over to Mr. Laurie Lutz, an acoustic consultant with BKL, who is here tonight to present their noise assessment finding. Jory?
Thank you, Harry. Mayor, Council, thank you for your time. My name is Jory Luz. I'm an engineering EIT and acoustical consultant with BKL Acoustical Consultants Limited. As part of our assessment, BKL was retained by West Creek Farms to conduct a series of noise level measurements in response to complaints received by neighboring residences. The measurements were conducted on July 17th, 2024, and the purpose of this measurement assessment is to document the noise emissions of the environment from operational activities within the grounds of West Creek Farms. As part of this assessment, we did a review of the noise bylaw of this particular municipality. The Township of Langley Community Standards Bylaw 2019 number 5448 informed our assessment by providing criteria, definitions, as well as guidelines for us to follow. One of the criteria that we'll be speaking about today is the criteria 55 dBA. According to the bylaw, subject to the exemption set out in this bylaw, no person shall make, cause, or permit to be made cause a sound which exceeds 55 dBA when received at a point of reception. The definition of a point of reception with regards to spoken to in the bylaw is as follows. The point of reception means a position that, A, in the opinion of the inspector or other persons authorized by the municipality, best represents the location at which the sound emanating from another property is received and the resulting disturbance is experienced, and is at least 1.2 meters from the surface of the ground and any other sound reflecting surface. As part of our assessment, we identified the most reasonable and most conservative point of reception, this being along the east property line of West Creek Farms. To speak more on the site visit proper that we conducted on the day of, we conducted a short-term attended noise measurements of 27 activities. On top of this, we installed one long-term attended noise monitor at the east property line for the duration of the site visit. All these measurements were conducted using standard industry practices, following standard industry guidelines and standards. Of these 27 activities, we determined 24 of them are within the 55 dBA bylaw requirements. All of the activities are including but not limited to bucket banging, bucket scraping, shaking of buckets over the hopper, backup beepers, big loaders, sweepers, et cetera, et cetera. Of these 27 activities, we identified 3 activities that were exceeding the bylaw along the east property line. The levels of these activities were 56 dBA throughout. Therefore, at this point of reception, these activities are exceeding by 1 dBA according to the noise bylaw. These results demonstrate that West Creek Farms are for majority of their operations and activities that we had analyzed and had reviewed, are within the noise bylaw criteria with the exception of 3 activities. I understand there is a series of questions that I am open to answering from the council.
Yeah, so we'll get through the entire proponent presentation and then we'll take questions from council.
All right, much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Is there more? Yes, please come forward.
Mayor, members of council, my name is Dave Melnichuk, and I reside in Langley. I have for 50 years in the Brookswood area. I'm a professional agrologist with 50 years of experience with a focus on environmental farm planning, preparation of drainage, riparian, and nutrient management plans. I have prepared over 400 plans for agricultural operations throughout the Fraser Valley. I assist West Creek Farms by evaluating their operation from an environmental lens, along with designing and implementing several operational and agricultural and environmental enhancements on the property. These improvements are described in detail in the submission by West Creek Farms. Township Council is presented with a huge amount of information related to the operation of West Creek Farms. I don't intend to repeat all of it, but I would like to point out the positive reasons for support of the zoning amendment and some key points as follows. And you've heard this before. West Creek Farms has been in operation on this site for 40 years without any environmental violations. In response to the neighbors' concern about dust, noise, odors, stormwater runoff, West Creek Farms has addressed these concerns by employing appropriate professionals and allocated considerable resources towards implementing several operational improvements based upon dust, noise, odor, and stormwater mitigation strategies. You've heard that just by their presentation. West Creek Farms is strongly supported by farm community, agriculture organizations, as we heard in the hearing here. West Creek Farms is a reliable provider of a wide variety of specialized growing medium mixtures to the horticulture and nursery sectors in Langley and other parts of British Columbia. West Creek Farms plays a vital role in the long-term sustainability of the greenhouse horticulture in the long term in British Columbia. Growing medium for greenhouse production is as important as the importance of bare soil for outdoor field crop production. One of the main differences is that the level of production of crops grown in greenhouses exceeds the level of similar crops growing in an open field environment by a large margin. You hear 10%, 10 times, 15 times, depending on the type of crop. And for our food supply, we want more food. Region is growing, is growing. Importing food from other countries is in peril. With wars, tariffs, we have to produce more food in our community. With a formal resolution, the Agricultural Land Commission has approved the continuation of West Creek Farms operation on this agricultural land reserve site, as the ALC recognized the critical role of this agricultural operation. As I said, this is not industrial zoning. This is agriculture processing. The use approved by the Provincial Agricultural Land Commission, which approves processing non-farm uses that are related to agriculture directly. They never will approve an industrial use. So in their eyes, it's not industrial, it's agriculture. West Creek Farms has collaborated with Ministry of Environment staff. They've been on site. DFO has been on site. Environment Canada has been on site. And they showed them the relationship between the day-to-day operation of the facility and the environmental features on the property. This communication has resulted in issuance by the province of British Columbia a discharge permit for the continued operation at West Creek Farms. And there is annual monitoring requirements. Over the last 3 years, numerous laboratory analysis of water samples taken from West Creek, adjacent to West Creek Farms, indicate that the water quality is excellent and meets provincial water quality standards. The laboratory reports are submitted to Ministry of Environment. All this evidence shows that West Creek Farms does not pollute West Creek. This is scientifically independent laboratories testing the water. West Creek Farms is transparent about their operation and then open up the operation to neighbors for tours, viewing, and discussion. They're open. They're open to the community. And it's a big employer of employees. You heard that. In contrast to the many positives and agricultural benefits associated with West Creek Farms' agricultural processing operation, there appears to be a lack of scientifically based information and data to justify a denial of the zoning amendment. I would like to finish up with some general comments of mine as a professional agrologist and a long-term resident of this community. The township has a huge responsibility and duty to make reasoned decisions based upon sound and credible information. A supportive decision by council will probably be interpreted by most of our residents here in the Township of Langley as a strong support for agriculture and local food production. Let's not forget food. That is the most essential element for our life, is food. And these folks in West Creek are integral to continue and increasing our food supply. With that, that ends my presentation, and I'm open to any questions council may have.
Are there any other submissions from the proponent? Just going to get them all done and then we'll go to questions.
My name is Sabrina, and I'm one of the owners. To continue with our look at the concerns that have been expressed, the neighbors have expressed concern about our impact on the creek. Pearson Ecology Group regularly assesses the creeks across the Fraser Valley. West Creek is noted to have a diverse fish population.
At the last public hearing, presenters also talked about finding numerous fish species and healthy ecosystem. Coconut peat, which is one of our bulk products, and this product is commonly used to protect fisheries and restore aquatic habitats. Adjacent to the creek, we have an extensive vegetative barrier, a buffer, and we meet all requirements related to provincial setbacks. That has been assessed by the agrologist, and he tells us, he assures us that we are meeting all provincial setbacks. We are continuing to work with 2 agrologists so that we can continuously improve our discharge process and foster an even healthier riparian area. In 2023, we had Enviro West consultants assess after the initial concerns were raised about widespread pollution in the event of a significant flood event. They concluded that the inert nature of materials, widespread pollution impacting fisheries, is not an environmental concern. In March 2004, the Provincial Ministry of Environment received a complaint. The director and 4 advisors conducted an extensive site visit. We were asked to apply for a discharge permit, and we have received now the discharge permit. In February of this year, a federal Ministry of Environment received a complaint. 2 senior officers conducted an extensive assessment of the creek, the areas of discharge, and the surrounding area. They closed the file and transferred it back to the Provincial Ministry of Environment. In March, we received a 3rd visit, this time from fisheries officers, in a response to a complaint. To date, we have not received any documentation of this visit. Water samples are regularly taken from the creek and is sent to an independent accredited lab for analysis. Results are consistently well below the Ministry of Environment limits. With this level of scrutiny from consultants, various government bodies, and our agrologists, and after 40 years of experience, we note that West Creek Farms does not pollute the watercourse. Neighbors have suggested we move. There is an assumption that moving is easy and simple. A person with years of experience in sourcing commercial real estate was asked to source a 10 to 20 acre property. He reported that industrial properties of this size were scarce. Properties that had acreage were agriculture and would require, again, a zoning change. And the cost to reestablish the infrastructure would be high depending on what was on the property. To date, we have not yet found any properties that meet the requirements for this operation. We engaged Bruce McTavish, an agrologist, to identify the impact of us on the agricultural community if West Creek were closed. He concluded that it would be a significant interruption in the food supply chain, an increased vulnerability of growers who rely on us as a supplier, an increased vulnerability of the BC food supply, and the creation of a single supplier which carries the risk of increased pricing. He also concluded that in the short term, the other company would likely not be able to fulfill their role, the need. We know that agricultural practices are changing. We now have GPS-guided equipment, computers, robotics. These changes and others are transforming how farms and farmers care for their products and their crops. Growers used to make their own soils, and now it is more quality efficient and cost effective to have a specialty farm such as ours do that work. As a result, our image of what constitutes farming and what it is like to live next to a farm needs to adapt. We have been part of this neighborhood for 40 years. We have and will continue to work hard to address neighborhood concerns. Our growing media supports farmers, growers, and their workers, and ultimately the food that reaches people's tables. You have heard from growers and from farmers about how important and essential we are to the agricultural community. You have heard about the impact to their and our staff if we were to close. Our sole focus in this whole endeavor has been to save our farm, to continue to provide products for our customers, and to provide employment for our staff. We want to thank you and for your time and for all the people who have come today to support our application and provide this input to this decision. Thank you to the councillors and the mayor for listening to our application. I now hand it over to Kurt Alberts for the final discussion.
Your Worship, members of council, my name is Kurt Alberts. I live in Fort Langley and I'm an urban and regional planner. 41 years ago, when Rena's uncle bought West Creek Farms, it had been a mushroom farm. And rather than staying in mushrooms, he innovated a system to make custom media mixes for local greenhouses. I'm told the neighbors were very happy at the time, no more smelly mushroom farm. In 1989, the township adopted its first economic development strategy that wanted to intensify horticultural production in greenhouses and advance technology in agriculture. That's West Creek Farms. In 1994, the rural plan was adopted with a goal to enhance agricultural viability with innovation, agricultural products, agricultural businesses. In 2008, Council adopted its sustainability charter, noting the importance of increasing agricultural production and jobs. That led to the 2013 adoption of your agricultural viability strategy, proactively supporting more local production and more full-time employment in agriculture. We know that intensive livestock operations are on the decline here, but greenhouses, both vegetable and flowers, continue to increase production. In fact, Langley is the second largest in greenhouses in Metro Vancouver. The township's agricultural profile for that viability strategy has West Creek Farms listed as value-added agricultural operation. Metro's growth strategy also wants to strengthen agriculture. Lands designated in that plan for agriculture are intended, yes, for farming, but also agriculture-related uses compatible with and directly supporting local farms. West Creek Farms, as a value-added agricultural operation, is a compliant land use with that plan. Your own official community plan has a main goal to enhance farm viability and local food production. Your plan specifically permits non-farm use of agricultural land, leading to improved overall ag sustainability, if approved by the Agricultural Land Commission, which of course is the case with West Creek Farms. And how fitting that Langley is home to a university with an Institute of Sustainable Horticulture, researching better growing systems and optimizing greenhouse production. KPU tells us that we can't feed our population without a vibrant greenhouse horticultural industry, reliant upon growing media provided by West Creek Farms. Grow BC, Feed BC, Buy BC, 100-Mile Diet, all aim to support local production. Because food supply chains can be threatened by impacts, whether it's COVID or tariffs, locally produced agricultural products are in higher demand. Critical to that supply chain, the province deemed West Creek Farms as an essential service during the pandemic. You are not setting a precedent with this zoning change because provincial, regional, and council's own goals for agriculture all support the land use and the essential service provided by West Creek Farms. Thank you for holding this public hearing and appreciate the opportunity to say a few words. Thank you.
There are questions from council, so we can see what these questions are and then see who wishes to answer them. There's a process to go through. Councillor Pratt.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and appreciate the proponent giving a fulsome explanation and a fulsome point of view, and I appreciate everybody else who's come forward this evening. One of my questions was answered regarding the switch from mushroom farming to the current operations. And the other question is a relatively simple one, I hope. We've heard about the two main suppliers, yourselves and another supplier. Can you just confirm who the other supplier is?
Yeah, the other supplier is Sumas Grow Media, and they're located in Chilliwack.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Is that it, Councillor?
That's it.
That's it. So I have a question regarding the ALC approval that I think it'd be helpful while you're here to clarify a couple of points. So the ALC's non-farm use approval seemed to rely heavily on the so-called Melanchuk report. And they referenced multiple times, find it here again, the Environmental Farm Plan Reference Guide, saying that all setbacks are being adhered to. So can we clarify the setbacks outlined in the Environmental Farm Plan Reference Guide versus potential setbacks required by the Water Services Act?
Yeah, I'd like to turn this over to Dave Melanchuk for an answer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, when I did the original environmental review, I used the environmental guidebook as the kind of the basis. That still is the lens, and a very complicated thing. And it has a section on recommended setbacks for a variety of different structures. So for example, on a storage of compost and manures requires the greatest setback because they're exposed and the potential leaching. When I visited West Creek, their storage of spent mushroom, they call it manure, but it's spent mushroom growing medium, was located too close to a well. There's a well, service well. That's what kind of well is that? It's artesian well. So in the guide, it's recommended it be at least 30 meters setback. So that they had moved that. You see in the picture, that's way probably about 100 meters away from that artesian well. For other structures, for instance, buildings have to be set for the most part 15 meters from a well or 15 meters from a water course, except for manure storage and pesticide storage, which have to be set back 30 meters from a well or a water course. So all the buildings on this farm are set back more than 15 meters from the river. Even you'll see in that picture there's storage on impervious area, those, okay, they're fine there because they're not exposed to the environment. They're totally sealed storages, and that's perfectly okay. And the impervious area is reasonably close, but that was the road, and in the provincial regulations, roads, whether they're on farm or they're in the community, don't have to be that setback 15 meters from a water course, because it's totally impractical to have all the municipal roads in British Columbia set back 15 meters from your road ditch. And the road ditch is called a watercourse. So that applies as well to farms. They have roads, they can store their material that's not, it's uncovered and high risk for materials. They can store them there. And that's perfectly okay in the guide. But the buildings you notice, they're all 15 meters back from the creek. And that's allowed under the provincial guidelines for even barns. It's not 30 meters like you hear. That's the provincial standards. And it applies to all agricultural farms in the whole of British Columbia, using that as a guide. Now, if a farmer, for some reason, can't make that setback, they have to develop a mitigation strategy or move. In some cases, that might be the best mitigation strategy, or protect the water course. In this case, what West Creek has done, if you look very closely, along those stacks of white bales, there's a concrete barrier. So they made it, though they're allowed to do that, they still made a strategy in case there was an accident, it wouldn't dump into the creek. And most other places, the buffer is huge, and that's where some of the drainage goes, and there's two buffers there. One is the tree buffer, which is a very good buffer, and then you have about 70 feet of a densely covered reed canary grass. And reed canary grass is one of the best filters, natural filters you can have. So it's very well protected. That's why, in my assessment, West Creek is not, and plus all the water tests we do regular water tests, and where the drainage is directed toward the creek, that's where we take, because if there was any pollution, it would show up right immediately, right on the edge as release. It doesn't. The test, like you've seen on the table, there is the first column is the permitted limits of what's allowed, and Ministry of Environment and DFO are always concerned about the receiving environment. In this case, it's the river. So that's why they require us to test the river on a regular basis. And to date, all the laboratory reports says we're considerably below even the level. And here, I'll give you an example. They're so stringent that they used drinking water standards for nitrates.
Yeah, so I don't mean to, but I didn't ask about testing the river. I was trying to get down to one specific question.
Okay,
because
sure.
we're getting late, and appreciate your long answer, and I do appreciate the information.
Okay.
But I want to come back again to clause 10 of the ALC approval.
Yeah.
That says here clearly, the panel's potential concerns were allayed by the Melanchuk report, which indicates that West Creek Farms is compliant with all setbacks as recommended in the Environmental Farm Plan Reference Guide, which is completely separate from the Water Surfaces Act. This is a farm operation reference guide. Just want to clarify that and get that on the record.
Yeah. At the time, there was one thing I recommended is to move the storage of the spent, the rest ones were fine.
But if you're using the the environmental farm plan reference guide to determine setbacks from West Creek. How do you do that if it's not a farm?
I said,
If it requires a non-farm use, then by definition, it's not a farm, yet you're using the environmental farm plan reference guide to determine protection of West Creek. How does that work?
because it's our best lands that we have in British Columbia. It's so comprehensive. I did not certify them with the sign. Those farms that are certified farms and they pass through the test of the guide, they can get a sign. West Creek can get a sign because it's not classified a farm. But that's the best lands for any operations. And I do other operations besides just farms, a processing facility. And the Ministry of Environment is very pleased that we have a standard we're using. And that's the standard, is that guide. It was published by the province of BC to use for farms. But we can use that as a guide to do assessments, agriculture, environmental assessments of other operations, even if they're non-farm use. Like we could do, let's say the township wants to expand its airport. It's in the LR. You would need some kind of environmental review. And if you used, somebody you hired, used that guide, it would be accepted by the province because that's their guide. So that's why it's used by many consultants doing this agriculture environmental assessments. And this is agriculture because the Land Commission said it's an agricultural activity. And okay.
No, I just was waiting for you to finish. I'll look for that because I haven't seen that it's been defined as an agricultural activity, but I may have missed that. But I'm going to come back again, and then maybe I'll let other members of council, and we can come back to this. I'm going to refer again that I'm asking just because I know you're an expert in the field, and a lot of people respect your opinion. Clearly, the ALC respects your opinion. So if you have a guide that is specific to farming, but you've used that to outline setbacks from West Creek for a non-farm use, a growing media processing and distribution facility that if it were to attempt to locate in urban areas would be required to provide significant setbacks that you're not providing here. Do I have that incorrect?
well, if you were not a farm and not an agricultural activity as approved by the Land Commission, you would fall under a different set of regulations and was referred to that. It's called, used to be called RAR, Repair and Area Assessment Plan. You would have to do that. But in the legislation that initiated, and there's relatively new legislation, by the way, it doesn't apply to pre-existing situations, that RAR, a local government is obliged to use that for developments next to water courses if they're not, RAR is not apply to farms or because the legislation doesn't, it says farms and farm activities are exempt from RAR. So RAR typically has a much wider requirements, but not farm activities. Your staff is welcome to look at the actual regulations of that governs RAR, and it's for industrial, residential type operations, not for farms.
Okay, I think we can come to that maybe when council debates the bylaw. And I think you're correct. I think I will spend some time talking to staff about some of that.
Sure.
The next thing, on the original ALC referral approved by the previous council that has been referenced, the request, and it's still part of the adjudication that council is being asked to approve, the request for the non-farm use extends beyond the top of bank of West Creek. Why is that necessary?
I can't answer that. I'm not aware of that.
All right, I'll see if I can pull that up for you while we move on to
Yeah.
other questions. Because I think it'd be important to have that as part of the record and submitted.
Sure.
Also, part of the ALC rationale for approval, again, from the Malinchuk report, confirming that the agricultural use on the northern half of the property is limited and not supportive of normal farm equipment activity due to poor drainage. However, it was stated, I think during the submission, that West Creek hasn't experienced any significant flooding and is of no risk in the floodplain for many years. So maybe you could explain how the rationale for it not being farmable and getting this use, non-farm use approval because of poor drainage, yet you've been submitted here tonight that you've not had any flooding issues for many years.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, the north half of the property is at a different elevation than the south half. The south half, like Harry mentioned, never floods. But the north half, that 9 acres of grass, the reason why it's grass is because it suffers from very high water tables, particularly during wintertime and during freshet, high flows. And what happens, the water table in the soil becomes so close to the surface, you may not see flooding, but you can't farm it because farms require, for tillage, crops, what they call freeboard. And normally it's about at least 0.9 to 1.2 meters freeboard. That means the water table in the soil, if it gets higher than that, you run a huge risk of losing your crop. So over the years, that's why it's, I would say, basically, it's for grass. You can maybe cut one cut of grass in the summertime when it's fairly dry. But if you have a perennial crop, your crop will die every year. If you try to grow blueberries, for instance, because water table will be right up, and blueberries need a significant freeboard for the roots to survive because they need oxygen and air. And when water comes too high, it wouldn't even be flooded, but it's so close to the surface, those plants will die. If you go on annual crop, let's say like corn, of that nature, it's an annual, but it's harvested in the fall. You run a high risk of the water table getting so high. When the farmers come in with this heavy-duty equipment to harvest, they get bogged down. The crop falls down. So it's really very difficult to farm. The only way you could farm that piece, let's say for crops, is bringing in fill. But bringing in fill on ALR land is a very difficult procedure. I have a few clients that they have low areas when flood. The Land Commission scrutinized it tremendously. Local government scrutinized it very much. And so very difficult. Anything is possible. But I would say from a practical perspective, that's very difficult to farm unless you raised it with greenhouses and whatever. So that's the difference between the two pieces. It's the elevation. And I just forget the numbers, but where the buildings are, where the operation is at least 3 to 4 meters higher than that north piece. It's a low piece of ground.
So theoretically then, the non-farm use may have been considered heavily by the ALC because of the challenge of farming the northern portion, which led to a non-farm use on the southern portion, which may have been more farmable?
Well, in the application, or the decision by the Land Commission says their approval for non-farm use only applies to that 9 acres, which is on the south side, not to the north side.
To the farmable portion?
That portion, no, it wouldn't be feasible. So that's their decision, that it would only apply to half of the property.
All right. So I'm going to come back to the setbacks issue, but there are other members of council that have questions. Councillor Ferguson.
Oh, yes, thank you. Interesting evening, a lot of submissions. I did want to say that my first thing is housekeeping. There was some, are you speaking for everybody right now, Mr. Melick?
No, I'm just
Okay,
speaking
anyway, you can
to
stay there,
my
'cause I have a question.
agrology.
You can stay there, because there was, I think, some of the submissions from the proponent. I'm talking about they met with DFO, met with an individual by the name of Bruce McTabb. Are those reports going to be part of the, we've have quite a big submission. Is that already part of the submission? Or have you got new things to add to us so we can have that as information for the public hearing process?
I don't know.
Okay, you mentioned an individual that you hired, did the real estate appraiser. And have you included that in your submission? And you also included the reports from DFO and their findings. Is that part of the submission as well?
No, I don't think it is. Do you want that?
You said, yes, anything that's, I don't want it, the public might want it, anything you would deem as important as part of this. Okay, and now, Mr. Melichuk, I've seen the dairy folks here, I've seen greenhouse folks here, shrub folks, free people, working farm. There's a gentleman, likes to call himself a working farm and an educational farm and things like that. My question to you is very simple, because I'm not a farmer. How much of this operation is used for food production? I'm not talking about farming, that goes out to people that grow food, because I hear a lot of horticultural stuff that goes out, because you did a big submission on how much food is being produced from this farm.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a number for you. Perhaps some of the other friends would have. And I know, if I might phrase your question, how much of their product goes to greenhouses that produce food
That's correct.
or growing plants for fruit, and how much goes for floriculture or landscaping? I don't have that number. Sorry, I can't give it to you. And perhaps somebody else can.
In the meantime, Mr. Richardson.
We did a
Sorry,
count.
just gonna confirm, Mr. Richardson, can you find the original map from the referral from 2022 for me for a bit later? Thanks. Go ahead.
We've looked at the number of customers that we have, and of those, about 35% of those customers grow food.
Okay, help me out. They go to what kind of food, or can you help me? I mean, going to an area that grows.
Berries, peppers,
Okay,
potatoes,
peppers, berries,
seeds.
Greenhouses and things like that.
Various,
Because I know you do probably a lot of horticulture, because I know one of the people that submission today, I bought a whole bunch of trees off of him for my
trees as
boulevard.
well, fruit
Yeah,
trees.
no, that wasn't going in food.
There is microgreens, cranberries, strawberries, raspberries.
Okay. Okay, okay, thank you very much. I wanted to ask that question. Thank you.
So I'm looking, I was down there last week and I was looking at this map, this picture that's up there right now, and you're saying this is your peak season right now. So is this kind of indicative of the layout, like when you're going full blast? Is this kind of, that picture, does it show, is that accurate on your space usage?
Yeah, I'd say by and large, Councillor Bailey, the buildings is where the processing takes place. And then all the surrounding areas, you see those peat bills, those are stored on impermeable, permeable? Impermeable gravel sand. There's no concrete or asphalt under those. So we use, the majority of the property is used for storage because peat moss can only be harvested in the summer. So we have to bring it in between May and September, and we store the property full with peat moss to be used in the spring planting season.
So the reason I ask this is because we're looking at 9.8 acres that we're discussing right now, correct?
Yep.
And you keep referring to, everyone keeps referring to about half of this Because the wet part on the front is part of the 9.8 acres?
The total property is 20.7 acres.
Yeah, but right now we're talking about 9.8 acres, right?
Roughly about half that we're using in our production of growing media.
So am I right that you're using about 5 acres right now?
9. We use it for production and storage.
What about the front half, the north half? Is that included in the 9.8?
No, the total property is 20.7. The north part is roughly half of that. I think it's about, pardon me? Yeah. Roughly half. And that's in pasture year round. And as Dave just explained, we have a local farmer cut the grass for silage hay once or twice a year.
Okay, no, I just want to be clear on how much of this is
Yeah,
actual.
so half of the 20 acres is used in our solid growing media processing production business.
Yeah, because I hear you talking about 10 acres when you're talking about locations and all that stuff.
Yeah, we figure that if we have to relocate, we can operate on about 10 acres, which is the current footprint of our processing facility. The remainder of the property is pasture.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so we heard from a few people that you might possibly get very rich after this becomes rezoned. Is there any succession plan? Does West Creek want to continue into the future, continue doing the same work that you're going to be doing?
Yeah. First of all, I would love that check, but nobody has offered or written it. I can guarantee that. So our succession plan is we'd prefer to continue on this property. Rena and myself, we are getting older, and that we can step back. And we've got a very good young management team. You met Colin and Linda, and we have a dedicated workforce. And with perhaps hiring an additional individual for accounting and stuff like that, we feel the two of us can draw back from the day-to-day business, and they will continue running it going forward. So we have there's no offers on the table. There's no secret negotiation taking place with any company or any outsider. But we would, as we stated before, what we are interested in is supplying the industry with a quality product and looking after our employees.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Along the same vein of other questions I've had earlier tonight, I've been seeing a series of presentation slides with some good information, particularly the timeline. I'm not sure, because there's been different presenters as part of from the proponent. Has this slide presentation been given to staff to include in our permanent record?
Yeah, we will gather all the papers together and we will hand it into the clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all.
Mr. Richardson, if you could bring up that map, I want to try if I can get this clarified and maybe we can all go home here today. There's another one that had Slavic dashed lines. If you remember, it's from the original 2022 report. Yeah, that one. So this one here, this is for the proponent, I don't know who's going to address this, but Schedule C proposal, this is the original ALC referral to the Agricultural Land Commission. And you can see clearly on the left side, it shows that the area subject to council's consideration for the zoning text amendment extends beyond the top of bank of West Creek. Now, why would that be necessary? Why would we be applying for a non-farm use beyond the top of bank?
Well, the challenge on that property is to determine top of bank. And it's surveyed, and the survey is using the property line. Because West Creek does not own the land into the creek. Land, I don't know who owns it, probably is the provincial government. But that is basically following the legal line, which is very close to top of bank. And there's a survey, a registered surveyor surveyed the top of bank. And because that is a drawing, that's not a legal document. The legal document has been registered with the Land Commission that shows exactly the property line, which is the close but not exactly on the top of bank. There's some variance in there, and I can't speak in support of the legal surveyor, but and that is a drawing taken from the legal survey. But I understand the legal survey was submitted part of the application, or maybe it wasn't, I don't know. But there really is, I don't think there would be a significant difference in the acreage. It is the intent of that south half following the property lines.
All right, so I think this is something maybe we'll see if can be addressed. If it can't be addressed here tonight, we can't receive more information after tonight, which is why I'm raising it. Right, as of right now, the non-farm use and the approval, Mr. Richardson, maybe you can confirm, is extending for that. This is the application, and this drawing shows it carrying on into the creek.
Your Worship, this was the application that was advanced by the applicant that got referred to the ALC. I'll ask Ms. Bauer to bring up the approval from the ALC.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to come back referencing this before we move on to that.
Well,
just going to touch again is how does council adjudicate? And maybe it shouldn't. Maybe it should be left to the ALC, as some have argued. But how does council adjudicate what seems to be happening, which is why I want to ask your expert opinion, that the farm reference guide is providing guides for setbacks, which essentially, from visual evidence, having been there, seem to amount to zero. From top of bank, from having seen the aerial photo, just anecdotal evidence, it's not 20 meters, it's not 30 meters. How does the process work such that the farm reference guide is being used to extend the operation right up to the edge of the creek? The application extends beyond top of bank according to that drawing. Yet it's not a farm. Yet it is defined and requires a non-farm use approval. Yet is using the farm guide to establish its operation right up to top of bank of West Creek. How does that work?
Well, the thing is, we didn't have to use the farm guide to do the assessment. We could have done it just like the consultants do. But most consultants, if they're doing agriculture environmental assessments of a property, tend to use that guide because that's the guide that was prepared by the province of British Columbia to use on assessments of the agriculture environmental initiatives. So that's what we use. But they're definitely, I agree, they're not a farm, but it doesn't mean they can't use that as a guide. It's free for anybody to use. It's a public document that anybody can use the information in the guide to make their own assessments. Any farmer can do their own assessment. That's perfectly legal. It's a public document. It's a reference guide, and anybody can use it. But authorities tend to support the report when it's based upon the guide. They don't have to, but that's probably the best information you're going to find in British Columbia when you're assessing situations of this nature. So that's why it's used. So getting back to that, it would have to be, your discussion, you would have to be with the Land Commission. What did they decide? Through the survey, top of line, top of the property, or property line? I would expect the Land Commissioners would be based upon the property line. And where it may or may not go into the river. I don't, the plans that I've seen from the survey did not show it into the river, but your own survey, your staff can confirm that. Where's the property line?
All right, so I'm just gonna, I mean, I don't want to belabor this too long. It's getting late, and I really appreciate everyone being here, especially yourselves.
Yeah.
But I think this, we can't receive more information the minute I terminate the public hearing here with council. So I'm just gonna ask, a little bit more. I'm not trying to belabor it. I'm trying to just get down to the crux of this setback issue. That if this were located, a non-farm use for a processing and distribution facility, supportive of agriculture, no one would deny that, was located in the urban areas, would it be able to use the farm guide to not provide setbacks from a red-coded Class A creek?
If it's in the urban area, if it's not in the agricultural land reserve, it has to, whoever does the assessment has to use RAR, not the environmental farm class. But if it's in the agricultural land reserve, they're entitled to use, because RAR, the reason why they made that distinction, agriculture is different than urban developments. So urban developments use RAR as their guide, and they have to do a riparian area assessment. Farmers are exempt. They use the provincial agricultural standards that are incorporated in the guide.
So, yeah, and I think that is something that council can adjudicate. And I, again, appreciate it because the challenge, I think, being is that the ALC approval, correct me if I'm wrong, does not address this particular issue. This is left to local government and its official community plan, which has prescribed protections and required protections of creeks of the sensitivity of West Creek, Class A red. And so how does the ALC, in your opinion, consider that when they're providing their approval, which leads to the use of a farm guide to essentially not provide the OCP setbacks for a processing facility?
Well, in my mind, it's very, if you're in the agricultural land reserve and the Land Commission approves the agriculture activity, the RAR regulations, legislation does not apply. You can get that confirmed by your own solicitors. That's the distinction. RAR does not apply to that property.
All right, appreciate that submission. Is there any other questions of council? Oh, Councillor Bailey, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking at the ALC approval non-transferability. And it's pretty restrictive in that. And it says, the ALC does not object to another entity operating or leasing the facility, provided ownership of the property remains with West Creek Farms Limited. So that means if the proponent sells West Creek Farms Limited, this stays with it, right? It's not the proponent's names, it's the name of the company, correct?
I think that approval by Land Commission, first and foremost, is targeted on that property. And secondly, for West Coast Farms use. West Coast Farms use. It doesn't say who owns West Coast Farms, but it says West Coast Farm. As far as I'm not a lawyer, but that's my understanding.
So if they sell West Coast Farms Limited. West Creek Farms Limited, it's late, okay? I'm old and it's late.
Yeah.
West Creek Farms Limited, if the current owners sell that and maintain that name, the LC approval stays with it, correct?
I'm not a lawyer, but that's my interpretation.
I'm
Yeah.
seeing nods over there.
Yeah, that's the only.
Okay, no, I just,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, so I appreciate your submissions, and I think I've belabored that point enough, and I appreciate that. I'll have a few comments, and then I'll close public hearing, so thank you. So I'm going to close the public hearing for item B3, and just want to thank everybody. It's been a long night. I want to thank everybody for all their submissions, and I'm going to appreciate that, everybody's got opinions about it one way or the other, and very strong ones, very passionate ones. And I appreciate all the submissions that we've had across the spectrum of support and those that are not supportive. So with that, I am officially going to ask if anybody wishes to move consideration of third reading. Not seeing that, I get a motion to terminate. Moved by Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Rint. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. For those that don't know, council will consider the West Creek application further on April 13th.